Hello everyone, welcome to Scary Stories with Rain. I'm here to help you relax and drift into a peaceful sleep. If you enjoy the stories, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel. It truly means a lot to me. Iggy love to know where you are listening from and what time it is for you right now. Now, get comfortable and let us begin. The creature's mark. From behind the bush emerged a long, black, leathery arm with fewer than 5 fingers. It stretched out and planted its palm on the ground. A shock ran up my spine. The hair on the back of my neck stood straight up. My body began to shake. My legs gave out, forcing me to slump back into the seat of my tree stand. I had trained to fight, to hunt, to survive. I had faced gunfire and explosions in Iraq. But this was something else entirely. I'm not a person who scares easily. I don't let fear control me. I've had bullets whiz by my head. I've had rocket-propelled grenades explode less than 10 yards from me. I know what it's like to jump from an airplane under gunfire. I know what it's like to live as if this was my last day on Earth, yet I was never afraid. I can only remember one time in my life where I could control fear. The fear that makes you cry and tremble. The fear that makes you lose control. No one but my best friend ever believed what a Jew experienced was true. My family didn't believe me. My now wife didn't believe me. I don't know if you do even believe me. And quite honestly, I don't care. I'm past the point of not telling my story for fear that I won't be believed. Please understand that I grew up in the middle of nowhere. The closest people to me were my grandparents, who lived just down the road from us, and my best friend, Mike and family, who lived right next door. There were several other homes in the area within walking distance, but far enough apart that you really couldn't call them next-door neighbors. I learned to hunt, fish, shoot, and survive in the woods at an early age. My father had grown up in the country, moved to attend college, and met my mother. My mother was the opposite of my father. She grew up in the city. She taught me art, science, and how to cook. I had the best of both worlds growing up. I played multiple sports in high school, but decided to join the Army Reserve after I graduated. I graduated with honors from basic training and AIT and enrolled in a local college afterward with plans to study computer engineering. At college, I entered Alatusi. I graduated from college and completed BOL, my basic officer leaders course for the Army. I returned home only to be deployed to Iraq, where I served for a year as a second lieutenant. In Iraq, I was in charge of a platoon of soldiers. We were good at what we did. Command took notice, putting us on missions and patrols that were most likely to see action. I loved it. But after a year, the adrenaline had worn off, and being shot at and seeing things explode feet from you began to fatigue my men and myself. In the end, because we were good at what we did, we all went home bruised, battered, and tired, but alive. I managed to keep up on my computer engineering skills while in Iraq and had landed a job with a company 2 hours from where I grew up. I came home in August, and the job wasn't going to start till mid-January of the following year, so I had some time to relax and unwind. I was still living with my parents until the job started, and fall meant one thing: hunting season, specifically bow season, which was something I missed the last 2 years because of my training and deployment. I eagerly unpacked my hunting clothes and gear from the attic where my mother had stored them, and woke up early one September morning to head into the woods to scout for a hunting spot for that upcoming season. As I walked out the front door with my backpack full of gear on, I noticed Mike and his father standing in their backyard around the pen in which they kept chickens. Mike was bigger than me. He wasn't college educated, but he was good with his hands and worked in construction. He was living with his parents while he was building his own house in his free time and on some land he bought just a few miles away. "Morn," I said as I lumbered with my gear to where they were standing. "Dahay, what den up, brother?" Dahay replied with a half smile. just heading out to do some scouting for bow season. I could see the pen door was open, and Mike and his dad were both looking at it inquisitively. My granddad was slowly moving it back and forth and playing with the latch as if to test the door itself. I don't know. My granddad said, puzzled, the latch is too high for a raccoon unless they climb the wire fence and open it. I seen them do some crafty things, and they smart. Mike replied to his dad before turning to me. It ain't the second time in 2 weeks someone or something been gotten into the coop. Took a chicken last week and 2 last night. Might be those town kids who ride their Aturi's on the path back in the woods all the time. Might be raccoons. Either way, we've gonna have to lock the pen with a padlock, and town kids must be getting bored if they stealing chickens, I stated with a sarcastic smirk. The local kids from the nearest town always played pranks or committed some minor act of vandalism or theft. Usually the result was broken mailboxes or some type of penis-shaped graffiti on a house or a garage door. Nothing was so serious that it could be fixed or cleaned up. Before I left to head into the woods, Mike had told me to scout out Raven Ridge. He mentioned there to been a lot of deer activity up in that area, and that he would put his tree stand there, except he got an offer from his girlfriend dad to hunt with their family. Raven Ridge was a densely wooded hill, about 3/4 of a mile from our houses. One half of the hill was covered in a thick pine forest, where a murder of crows would occasionally hang out in noisy groups. The pines abruptly came to an end and opened up into a hardwood forest with a fairly thick underbrush on the other half of the hill. The leaves had just started to fall, and the smell of the woods and crisp air excited me. The dust and sand of Iraq paled in comparison to the crunch of leaves under my boots and the cool air of my home. I had already seen several deer and deer signs by the time I reached the top of Raven Ridge. As I came over the crest of the hill, a loud snort like a blast of air rang out. My senses heightened as I quickly scanned the area. Over the top of the underbrush, I saw it. There it goes, I thought to myself excitedly as I watched 2 pairs of very large deer antlers glide over the top of the underbrush and disappear into the pine forest. I walked to the border of the pine forest where the deer had run. It was a meeting of 2 worlds. The hardwood forest, where the sunshine was bright lit up the forest floor, while the pine forest trees blocked out almost all light, leaving the forest floor dark and mysterious. It was a little creepy to me, but I didn't care. There were deer tracks, antler rubs, droppings, and deer beds on the ground all around me. This was the spot. I turned in circles as I scanned for the perfect tree to attach my ladder stand to. Something to my left caught my eye as I spun. 10 yards away was a section of ground that looked like it had been purposely cleared of leaves in a circular fashion. Something was lying in the middle of the circle. With my curiosity piqued, I walked over. What the hell, I was thinking out loud as my eyes tried to recognize what I was looking at. It was a house cat's body, but it had been dismembered. The limbs were strewn around in no organized fashion, and it was missing its head. Only skin and bones were left. The cat had been there a while by the looks of it, but what confused me more than the position and condition of the cat were the odd markings around the body. Lines and circles surrounded the cat in an odd fashion. Those kid, I thought to myself. The town kids had probably come across the cat, which was probably killed by a coyote or a bobcat, and they decided to make its corpse look spooky by drawing weird, incoherent symbols in the dirt around its body. The empty beer bottle just outside the circle confirmed my theory, as much as the sight bothered me. The thought of deer hunting pushed any concern for the dead cat out of my mind. I brushed off the find and began looking for a tree again. I picked a large tree that was centered perfectly between the pine forest and the hilly edge. I just walked up, and there was a bit of clearing that ran from the tree to the hilly edge. I pulled my large Bowie knife out of my backpack and began to clean out the clearing and around the base of the tree. I cut away as many small shrubs and brushes as I could to make a clear path to walk. As I was almost finished, the flapping of wings and the familiar squawking of a murder of crows flying overhead into the pine forest could be heard. Something had kicked them up. The hum and hiss of a D engine soon followed. It grew louder and passed. That probably what scared them. I'm probably close to one of the paths that run behind the house. I made my way through the underbrush in the direction of where I heard the deity, only 20 yards from the tree I chose. I ran into a dirt deity path. I cleared out a walkway from the tree to the path, marked it and my chosen tree with a ribbon, and followed the path back until I began to recognize the woods behind my house. It was the perfect setup. There was an easy path to follow, and I would have to worry about scaring any deer on my way to and from the tree stand. The next day, Mike and I took his four-wheeler up to the tree Ida marked off, and we set up my ladder, Stand Ida, since forgotten about the cat Ida found the previous day. The seat and platform were about 25 feet off the ground, which was the perfect height. I could see everything from the AT path behind me to the edge of the hill in front of me. I felt good about this spot, and I was ready to start hunting at the beginning of bow season in the coming weeks. When bow season finally arrived, a few weeks after Edu had everything set up, Idu spent most of my days and evenings in the woods. I saw plenty of deer and even a few bucks that I considered shooters. I was holding out for those 2 bucks I just seen when I crossed over the hill that first day when my scouting began, though. One of those 2 monsters was what I was after. I always took my cell phone with me. It was kept on silent in case of an emergency. Strangely enough, because we lived near radio towers, I got good reception from my tree stand and would take pictures of the beautiful scenery around me, or send texts to Mike mocking him about the size of the deer I was going to shoot compared to anything he was going to get on his girlfriend farm. And of course, playing games on my phone also helped to pass the time, when all the animals in the forest wanted to be still. The day, or rather night, that I felt real fear for the first time ever was the 23rd of October. It was a cool day and overcast. It was perfect for hunting. I had some errands to run in the morning and had promised to help my father with some housework in the afternoon, which left only the evening for hunting. I was fine with that. It meant I got to hunt the twilight hour, or as hunters know it, the magic hour. It that last hour before sunset, where everything seems to get brighter before it becomes pitch black, and all the animals are on the move. I was on my way back from running my errands when I pulled into the driveway and saw my father talking to one of our neighbors from down the road, Mr. Harlan. "Hey, how are you, Mr. Harlan?" I asked as I stepped out of the car. "Oh, just fine. You're looking good and healthy, and I'm glad to see you home from that hellhole across the pond," he said with a smile. His black lab was with him, obviously out for an evening walk. Dad was talking about someone taking his rabbits out of their pen. My dad started, and I mentioned that my K family recently had some chickens taken. Harlan chimed in immediately. "Oh, I know it was those town kids. My lab went nuts last night, barking up a storm. I threw on the floodlight, and the rabbit pen was wide open. I opened my back door, and I could hear those punks running up through the woods. What the hell is wrong with the kids in this town these days?" I started with disapproval. "I guess we'd have to padlock your pens and cages like Mike and his dad did." "Well, now, that end the thing Mr. Harlan started. The rabbit pen is chained and locked. Whoever did this broke it clean off, probably with a bolt cutter. Now I have to run to the hardware store to get a new chain and lock." That evening, with my backpack strapped to my back and my bow and arrows in hand, I headed out to the cool, crisp woods. As I was stepping into the woods, I could hear my familiar voice call out to me. "Hey!" he shouted in a proud tone from his back porch. "Got my deer this morning. When you get back from messing around in the woods, you want to come over and have a beer. Yeah. I'll be over right after I bag that monster that up by my tree stand," I called back. It was a good 25 to 30-minute walk to my tree stand. I was tired when I got to the stand, but my adrenaline kept me going. I made my way through the brush to the tree, ascended the ladder, and pulled my backpack and bow up after me with a rope without making a sound, with my butt planted in the seat of my stand and my bow on its hook. I felt completely at peace. Beautiful nature surrounded me even on this overcast day. It was unimaginably better than the war-torn streets of Iraq. I pulled my phone from my backpack to check the time. 5 p.m. Perfect timing. The magic hour was going to start early because of the overcast day, and excitement was flowing through my veins. Everything was perfect. The wind was in my face, so deer coming over the hill or out of the pine forest would be able to smell me. Smaller animals were scampering across the ground, headed to their burrows or nests for the night. The faint hooting of an owl could be heard in the distance. 5:55 p.m. I put my phone away and let my eyes adjust to the dimming light. My adrenaline had kicked in harder as the thought of one of those 2 large bucks coming into the shooting range raced through my mind like wildfire. I knew I'd be walking home in the dark, so I brought a flashlight to guide my way. I double-checked to make sure I'd packed it. When I heard the crunching of leaves, my eyes opened wide and my ears perked up as I tried to quickly find the direction of the sound source. It was a small animal. It was the distinct rhythmic sound of something heavier walking among the leaves. There it is. The noise was coming from over the hill edge. I slowly pulled a pair of small binoculars from my backpack to see if I could get a better glimpse of what was coming over the hill, and I could see it. It in a deer. My mind was racing. I could tell if it was a buck or a doe, but I could definitely see the grayish-brown coloring of the fur of the distorted figure through the bushes and branches. 10 more yards, and I do have a clear view and a long shot at whatever it was. I strung the binoculars around my neck and got ready to stand up, and it stopped as if it did want to come into the clearing at the edge of the hill. The light was dimming fast, and I was afraid I would get a shot at a trophy buck, if that then what it was. The deer moved left into the brush, and my heart sank to my feet. I began to relax and accept the fact that it wasn't going to come close enough for me to get a shot until I realized it was moving closer. But through the brush on the left side of the clearing, I stood up and put my left hand on my bow. I only had about 20 minutes of light left, and I wanted to make sure I made a clean shot. I could hear the deer 30 yards in front of me in the brush on the left side of the clearing. It was definitely in range of a clean shot. I could see it, but I knew it was going to step out into the clearing. My heart was pounding. I could feel my body begin to sweat in excited anticipation. The excitement racing through my body stopped my senses from realizing the forest had fallen silent. I began to remove my bow from the hook when the thing began to move out into the clearing. What the hell is that? I didn't know what this thing was or how I would be able to confront it. I sure as hell could leave my tree stand now, and that's when I smelled it. I'd smelled it once before in Iraq. The smell of burning flesh, and the smell nauseated me. The air reeked with this creature presence. My binoculars were fixed to my face. What is it doing? The creature meticulously cleared out the leaves around its feet in a circle. I watched in horror as it raised the rabbit above its head. Its eyes were yellow, with no clear center or pupil. Its mouth contorted into a half-smile, bearing a mouth full of deformed teeth. Its lower jaw unhinged and sank loosely below as it placed the rabbited head in its mouth, and faster than a mousetrap, its bottom jaw shut, and it jerked its head violently backwards, ripping the rabbited head from its body. The snapping of bones sent a shiver up my spine. It grabbed the rabbit back legs and held the lifeless body upside down, and I watched in horror as blood flowed from the animal corpse and splashed on the cleared ground. It shook the body up and down as if trying to empty it of every last bit of blood. Like a smoker with bad lungs, it seemed to giggle in a wheezing, airy fashion. My eyes welled with water. I couldn't fight it anymore. I was gripped with fear. I was crying. The military officer who once been shot at, almost blown up, and jumped out of airplanes was crying. It was almost dark, and I could just make out what this thing was doing. I slowly put the binoculars down and concentrated on not breathing hard or crying out loud in fear. Snap, snap, snap. I looked back at the creature. Each snap threw another shock of fear up my spine. It was dismembering the rabbit. The cracking of the bones made my body shiver. I watched as it purposely placed each of the rabbited body parts within the circle and drew random forms in the dirt around the dead body with its long, bony fingers. It lifted its hand and extended one of its fingers. I bit my lip, almost to the point of bleeding, to keep from making any sound, as it scooped the entrails from the rabbited chest cavity and placed them in its mouth. As the last bit of light left the sky, I realized I'd be stuck in the tree stand unless this thing left. I should text Mike to get me. But what if it sees the glow from my phone screen? What if he gets here and it kills him? My mind was racing faster than ever, but at once I noticed the wind change, and to my horror, in the last bit of light, the creature suddenly stopped what it was doing and became still. Tears were rolling down my cheek. My hair was on end. My hands were shaking, and I could feel my body sweat. I didn't want to move. Suddenly, like a dog, it raised its head and began jerking it up and down. And the wind has changed. It could smell me. It sniffed the air in 3 different directions with these snorts, and all of a sudden it dropped low to the ground as if it were about to pounce. The wind was at my back. It knew I was there. Maybe not my exact location, but this thing knew I was there. The light completely faded as I watched it sneak back into the brush on the left side of the clearing. My heart pounded hard enough to cause a sharp pain in my chest. I wanted to cry aloud. I wanted to get my phone and call my friend, my parents, or anyone who might be able to save me. There was no noise. The air was like a vacuum around me. I sat shaking in my stand. Crunch, crunch, crunch. But it coming toward me from the left. My ladder is on the left. Oh God, what if it finds the ladder? I need to cut it down. The crunching was getting louder. The creature was close enough that I could hear its incoherent rambling. It sounded like an old man struggling to breathe, fighting for his last breath. I reached into my backpack and, as fast and as quietly as I could, pulled out my knife. I stood up and turned to face the tree. It was dark. I couldn't see anything. I felt the bark of the tree above me, desperately trying to find the cord that held the ladder to the tree. It ain't on the ladder. It ain't coming up the ladder. Where are the cord? God, please. I pulled hard. The knife cut through the cord with a snap like breaking bones. I pushed the ladder away from the tree, and I could feel its weight on the ladder. With a boom that echoed throughout the forest, the ladder crashed to the ground with the weight of the creature. It let out a scream that pierced my ears and echoed everywhere. I covered my ears to shield myself from the horrific sound. He'd never heard anything so horrible. The squeal of 100 pigs mixed with a low roar pierced the night sky. I could see it, and I knew I'd pissed it off. I heard it scramble to its feet. I grabbed the tree to keep my balance. It in shaking the tree, and it trying to climb the tree. I could hear its fingers grasp the bark, sinking its nails into the tree flesh, and there was only 20 feet between this thing and me. I grabbed my bow, pulled back, aimed straight down, and released one of my arrows directly below my stand. The arrow smacked the ground, and the creature let out a scream louder than the previous one. Thousands of pigs screaming pierced the air at this point. I could hold back my fear. My breathing was audible, and I was whimpering like a small child. My pounding heart was about to break my sternum. My eyes were full of tears. It did matter. I could see through the darkness anyway. I somehow fumbled another arrow from my quiver onto my bow. "God save me, please get away!" I shouted and released the arrow in the same exact spot as the previous. Again the arrow smacked into the ground, followed by a bellowing squeal. The tree stopped shaking. I could hear it on the ground. Its fingers dug into the leaves and dirt as it tore up the ground beneath it. The tearing came from beneath me. I struggled to put another arrow on my bowstring. The noise began to surround me as I fumbled along. It was to my right now, my left, below me, behind me. The tearing was everywhere. Are there more of these things? Am I going to die? Did it call others? I pulled back my bow with my third arrow. The noise was everywhere. It sounded to my left, I guessed, and shot in the dark. The ear-shattering noise and screams continued, and I had one arrow left. I struggled to prep my last arrow. The noise surrounded me as if thousands of these things had encircled me. The squealing had intensified to the point where my ears were ringing. I drew back my bow and fired the last of my arrows directly beneath my stand. The squealing roar became unbearable, as if I'd hit it. Anai-shi! I was out of arrows. I dropped my bow and slumped back in my seat. The noise was so intense I didn't even hear the bow hit the ground. I picked up my knife and held it tight to my chest. I could feel my body crashing from the immense adrenaline rush. In silence, I didn't notice the silence. My ears stopped ringing, but it was gone. The woods were still. All I could hear was the beating of my heart as it slowly came down from its frantic pace. The woods were silent and motionless. Whatever it was disappeared or was standing perfectly still. I could feel the last of my tears roll down my cheek. I couldn't smell it anymore, though. I could smell anything. My nose was stuffed from crying. I was still shaking, and my body was exhausted. I should text or call someone to get me, but no, what if I pull my phone and the screen light will give me away if that thing is still here? I had no idea what time it was. Absolute darkness engulfed me. The only thing that kept me from falling asleep from exhaustion was the thought of that thing being out there somewhere, watching me in the dark. Minutes passed. Hours passed. I was so tired, but I did dare fall asleep. The crunching of leaves every now and then caused me to grip my knife tightly, and the woods remained silent otherwise. No creatures moving about, no owls hooting, no bats screeching among the treetops. The first light appeared on the horizon, breaking an eternity of darkness. I was able to start making out shapes and images. I looked down and saw my bow lying on the ground next to the ladder. The hair on my neck stood up again. My heart began to pound. My breathing became quick. All around the bottom of the tree I was in were symbols drawn in the dirt. The leaves were cleared for 10 feet in a circle around the tree. All these weird symbols were drawn in the dirt, where the leaves once lay. It was now or never. I grabbed my phone and texted Mike. He was the only one close enough who had a four-wheeler. It was day, and I did see the creature, but there was no way I was going to stay in the woods another second, and I was not going to get down in case it was lying in wait under the brush. I texted Mike, "I'm still at my tree stand. I need help." I waited. It was 7 a.m. Please God, let him be up. Mike texted back, "Dude, it are 7 a.m. What the hell are you still doing in your tree stand? Hang up." Tears of joy began to well in my eyes as I fumbled quickly to reply. "Mike, "Come get me, please hurry," Mike quickly texted back. Okay, I'm on my way." I put my phone down, exhausted. I had slept all night. The familiar rumble of Mike's AT began to fill the air a few minutes later. What adrenaline I had left coursed through my veins. When Mike was close enough that I could see him coming from the stand, I grabbed my backpack and jumped 20 feet straight down. As I descended, I hit the ground hard with a very audible thump. My left leg gave out from beneath me, and I could feel the pain stream through my body as my ankle twisted. But I spent no time laying on the ground. I fought through the pain, picked myself up, grabbed my bow, and hobbled as fast as I could toward the DT trail. The fear from the night before returned as I was running toward the trail. Now was the time I was most vulnerable. Now was the time the creature would strike. It was the perfect opportunity. And the smell returned. The scent of burning flesh filled the air. Mike pulled up to the clear cut that led to my stand. As I reached the DT trail and jumped quickly on the back of his four-wheeler. "Did you just jump from the stand?" he said with a shocked voice. "And what smells like hell up here?" "Dove, now," I said urgently. Okay. Mike spun the four-wheeler around and headed off toward our house. The feeling of fear would leave me. I slumped forward into Mikey back out of exhaustion. I didn't have the strength to hold myself up. I only had enough strength to hang onto his jacket to keep from falling off. The motor of the four-wheeler covered my sobs of relief. "You okay?" Mike asked loudly as he navigated the trail. I didn't answer. I could. I was too exhausted from the fear that had gripped me the entire night prior. The motor cut off and I looked up. We were outside my house. I had stopped sobbing. I rolled off the back of the four-wheeler and lay in my yard sobbing. It was all I could do, and everything went black. I sat up rapidly and scanned my surroundings in a panic. My mother and father were there, along with Mike, telling me to calm down. The familiar softness of our couch on my body and the smell of my mother cooking filled the air. I was home. My ankle was wrapped with a bag of ice resting on it. They gave me water to drink and questioned me about what had happened that night. I told them everything. As my story ended, I could see the disbelief in their eyes. My parents apologized to me for not checking up on where I was. They thought I'd you come home and gone out with friends or over to Miker for a drink. Mike apologized the same and said he assumed I'd you come home tired and went to sleep. They tried to rationalize what I saw. They said it must have been an emaciated bear with mange, but I knew better. I knew what I saw and what I went through. I did hunt the rest of the season and refused to enter the woods. Mike, a few days later, had kindly gone to my stand to retrieve it for me without prompt. He brought it over to my garage and met me with a puzzled look in his eyes. "So I found your stand," he started with an unbelieving tone in his voice, "and it was on the ground. It'd been beat up, and the safety cables are busted off like someone had ripped it from the tree. Found your ladder too." He pointed to the white marks on the bottom rungs of the ladder. "Those look like claw marks to me. Found 3 of your arrows. You hit something because they've all covered in some type of blood. Don't know what kind, but it smells like hell." He handed me my arrows covered in a reddish-black gooey crust. "Also, the tree your stand was in. The bottom half of it has been stripped of the bark and is smeared in what looks and smells like animal blood. All those markings in the ground you talked about." "Yeah? Well, those are there too." He slumped down on the edge of his four-wheeler as if in complete disbelief. "I believe you." We did talk about it for a long time. We felt as if it were best to forget, never revisit, or even pursue. I eventually moved out of my parents' house to an apartment where my job started. The following summer, Mike called me with some interesting news. The missing animals continued infrequently throughout the spring. Mr. Harlan had become overly frustrated with whoever was stealing his rabbits. He set up a security cam to watch the pen and had purchased an industrial chain and lock to keep them out. And one night, his lab went nuts barking at something outside in the direction of the rabbit pen. Figuring he had them on camera and to teach them a lesson, he let his lab out to possibly scare them away. The dog ran out the open door and, in the darkness, seemed to be struggling with something. When Mr. Harlan turned on the floodlight, the chains on the rabbit pen were busted off, and his dog was gone. Someone also destroyed his camera before it could capture the perpetrator on video. While I felt for Mr. Harlan, the strange part of our phone conversation had yet to come. The construction company Mike worked for had secured a contract to build a new housing development on the side of Raven Ridge, namely, the side with the pines on it, as it was closest to the nearest road. It was to be an upper-middle-class housing development. Mike was part of the clearing crew who would go up and clear out the trees and underbrush of the designated area where the housing development would be built. Mike mentioned that he was clearing a small bottom where they were going to build a retention pond for irrigation when they came across something disturbing. The bottom was nestled at the base of Raven Ridge and a neighboring hill. It was devoid of large trees but rampant with small shrubs and heavy underbrush. As he and his crew cleared the bottom, they found what appeared to be a pathway of bent grass and branches. They didn't look natural and were littered with small animal bones. As they cleared more and more, they came across what looked like a nest in the middle of the thicket. The grass and branches were bent over the top of a bed of lawn grass like a makeshift dome. The outer part of the nest was void of grass and contained strange markings in the dirt. In the middle of the supposed bed of grass, they found several strange items like broken locks, broken chains, blood-covered shreds of clothing, and a dog collar strapped through the top of what looked like a canine skull. Mike told me that the tags had Mr. Harlanian name and address on them. He'd returned them to Mr. Harlan, but he didn't have the heart to tell him where he found them or in what condition. I could hear the slight trembling in Mike's throat, and I knew he now believed me for sure. I went home several months later to see my parents, our neighbors. Animals had stopped disappearing. The housing development was about halfway finished. I was watching the news late that first night home. One of the headlines was, "Police on lookout for animal kidnappers." Apparently, several family pets had disappeared over the last few months in the next county over. Hunting the unseen. In the dead of night, a scream never came. Shadows writhed in the corners of my vision, whispering secrets no one should know. They were out there, monsters born from science, mistakes, the government buried deep, and I was the one sent to hunt them. Each step I took dragged me closer to a truth I was not ready to face, a truth that might swallow me whole. If you aren't one of those people who think the government is hiding countless secrets from you and constantly covering things up, then you would be absolutely right. I'm one of the many people they hire to clean up their mistakes. I am not entirely sure why they chose me, and they're really not that much special about me, but perhaps that's exactly why they chose me. I was already a loner, and I'm not going to cure cancer or create the next weapon of mass destruction, so I'm easily disposable. They approached me one day after I finished. I'm not sure I had much of a choice, but my life was so dull I was ready for any kind of change anyway. The men who came to my door didn't even tell me what I would be doing, only that if I wanted to aid my country, I should follow them to Area 51. I didn't look back once, and as strange as my life was, God knows I still don't regret it. The next year of my life was grueling. I was put through extreme physical and mental training. I learned about things I thought only existed in movies. I'm not sure what would have happened to me if I'd failed the training, but I can't imagine they would have let me go back to my normal life. Not once did they mention what I was training for during that year, not until I graduated. Upon getting the seal of approval from the higher-ups, I was brought into a small room with men in black suits and finally informed of what I would be doing. My new job would be hunting down failed experiments and other oddities that the government had failed to contain. Not all jobs would be the same. Some would be relatively easy, while others would be next to impossible. Most missions would come with the option of bringing the target back dead or alive, but of course it was preferable to always bring them back alive for further experimentation. My first assignment was on the easy side, codenamed the Milkman. The Milkman, like most failed experiments, was at one point human. He had the appearance of your typical milk delivery driver, but he was essentially a robot, only concerned with doing his job. So, what are so special about the Milkman? Well, I've never been told the why of the creatures I hunt, so I always put together my own ideas. The Milkman truck is really the special part. The chime that comes from the speakers works as almost a human magnet. It entrances anyone within hearing distance to approach the truck. Once you approach the truck, you buy the milk. I've heard the milk tastes delicious, but of course you'll never know for sure because the milk causes anybody who drinks it to enter a fugue state for the next 12 hours. After consuming the milk, you carry on your day as you normally do, but you remember nothing the next day. I'm sure you can see why this would be a valuable asset to the government. Unfortunately, the scientists put in charge of testing the Milkman underestimated him a bit, and before they knew it, they had woken up 12 hours later, wondering where their test subject had gone. I'm sure I was given this simple assignment as a sort of test. I was given a pair of enhanced, noise-blocking earplugs and sent on my way to the Milkman's last known location in Boise, Idaho. He wasn't hard to find. I just had to follow the massive vehicles that had lined up to get their sweet treat. I let him serve everybody in the area. It would make my job of taking him out much easier if nobody could remember it. After everybody had their milk, I lined up myself. He attempted to serve me, but since I had my earplugs in, I reached into the truck and injected him with a tranquilizer. He may only be a shell of a person, but here not immune to good old-fashioned medication. I tied him up, hitched his truck to my vehicle, dropped him off at the nearest government facility in Pocatello, and awaited my next target. As I said, this would be one of the easier assignments. Not all would be quite so simple. Codename the Quayan, unlike the Milkman, was still mostly human. He had lost his emotions or become a zombie, and perhaps that was the problem. Through intense experimentation, the Quake had gained the ability to create an intense, concentrated earthquake. He had collapsed, a facility where he was being stored in Nevada. The main concern with the Quake was his danger to others around him. If he used his ability in a heavily populated area, countless lives could be lost. This was one of the few cases where I'd been advised not to bring the target back alive once again. I feel as though this assignment was a test, just a different kind of test. The government wanted to see if I could kill them without hesitation, and it's possible that if I did, there would be truly no escape for me. That was fine, though I had no intentions of leaving. The Quake was a bit more difficult to find, but mostly because he was not trying to attract the attention of everybody around him. But if the government wants you, they will find you. He had relocated to a small town called Eerie, Nevada, changed his name, his face, everything in an attempt to escape. I almost felt bad for the guy. I doubt he had volunteered himself to be a guinea pig for the government, and now all he wanted was to live a normal life. Once I found the town he was staying in, I made sure to keep my distance. I didn't want him going nuclear on me. I confirmed he was indeed my target by collecting some DNA samples from his trash, and all that was left was to take him down. I didn't want to kill him, but I did an awful lot of options. The scientists who had created him were still unsure of the extent of his powers and his ability to control them. Had I brought him back alive? There and no telling if the government even had a facility capable of holding him. I did what I thought was best. After he returned home one night, I put a bullet between the quakier eyes. It wasn't a good feeling, but I continued to convince myself that it was necessary. I dropped his body off at a facility in Las Vegas, and I was thanked for my services. It would get easier from here either. My next target, codenamed Raider, Wraith, was truly a monster. I'm not sure if the government was trying to create a Wraith, but I don't think they got what they wanted. Wraith has enhanced strength and speed, but with one slight problem. He eats humans, who knows? Maybe that isn't exactly what the government wanted. As you can imagine, Wraith found a way to escape. After a while, you do think. These government scientists would get better at containing these experiments. But that doesn't seem to be the case. This mission might not have been so bad, but I was given strict orders that Wraith was to be brought back alive. All my lethal weapons were stripped and replaced with tranquilizers strong enough to bring down a rhino. I put in a request to have a partner for this assignment, but of course, it was swiftly denied. Wraith had taken up residence in the Pisgah National Forest in North Carolina, which might not have been so bad if not for the fact that this forest was an extremely popular hiking trail. There had always been frequent disappearances in the forest, many of them chalked up to suicides. But since Wraith had arrived, that number had amplified significantly. The government did me a solid and got the trail shut down for the weekend, so it would just be me and Wraith. I would have to worry about anybody else getting in the way. I've always wanted to go on a hiking day, but this wasn't quite what I had pictured. I set out into the forest looking for signs of his nest. I made sure not to shower all week in preparation. If he came to me, it would make my job of dragging him back to the vehicle a lot easier. I'm sure he would get hungry eventually. After about an hour of following markings and footprints that I assumed belonged to Wraith, I began to come across human bones. I was getting closer. I followed the path for a few more minutes before I began to hear noises. It looks like my date has arrived. I heard tree branches shaking as he drew nearer. After only a few moments, he was standing on a large tree right in front of me, looking down, studying me. He really wasn't that big, maybe 5'6" with an average frame, but looks can be deceiving. His skin was a sickly yellow, and his hair had begun to recede as if he was an old man, but he was clearly much younger. His eyes were pure white, no longer containing anything else. After a brief stare down, he jumped. There was a good 50 feet between us, so I thought I would have a few seconds to ready myself, but I was wrong. As if he was a video game character, he soared from the tree and landed directly on top of me. I had just enough time to pull a tranquilizer and shove it into his side, but it was enough. Despite the strength of it, he seemed relatively unaffected. He shrugged it off and proceeded to take a chunk of flesh out of my shoulder. I lay helpless as he began to chew on my flesh. I knew it would be long before he went back for seconds. I struggled, but managed to pull another tranquilizer out right before he began to lunge in for another bite. I jammed the second one directly into his neck. I felt his teeth begin to lock down on my own neck, but before he bit down, he passed out. I let out the biggest sigh of relief in my life and pushed him off of me. I placed the special restraints he'd been given for him, making sure the muzzle was extra tight. I wasn't sure how long the tranquilizers would last, but hopefully long enough for me to deliver this monster. Despite missing a chunk out of my shoulder, I had escaped alive. This was only one monster that science had created. I can only imagine what my future would have in store for me. After delivering Wraith to a facility in Charlotte, North Carolina, I informed the higher-ups I would need at least a month off, and knowing what they had put me through, they obliged. If anything, they were impressed that I do come back mostly in one piece. Those were a few of my targets. I have many more tales to tell, but that will have to wait. I just received my next assignment, and I must begin preparations. If I survive, I will be sure to post more. So, I'll see you soon, hopefully. I'm back, and I'm in one piece this time. Before I talk about more of my targets, I'm going to address a few concerns from my last post. A lot of you were concerned about the bite I suffered from Wraith. As far as I know, I haven't contracted anything yet. I was told whatever they did to him shouldn't be contagious, but I made them run some tests regardless, all of which came up negative. They did give me some special pills, but I was told these were to help speed up the recovery of my shoulder. It would surprise me if they were hiding something from me. I just hope that if I do start craving human flesh, I would still have enough mental fortitude to pull the trigger one last time. Another thing I wanted to address is who I work for. I only ever refer to my boss as the government, because I have no clue what branch this is. It is impossible that this is the government at all, but I doubt that it's far too ingrained not to be. It could be the CIA, but I'm not certain. The only questions I ask are the ones that will hopefully keep me alive longer. Now, let's talk about a few more of my assignments. After my month-long break and recovery from Wraith, I was given an easier assignment to ease my way back into things, codenamed Buna Casanova. Casanova was made to be a charmer, and he was. He was a true Adonis, in every sense of the word. Casanova made the statue of David look ugly in comparison. From what I can tell, he was designed to charm women, probably foreign diplomats. But in reality, he charmed anyone and everyone, which is how he was able to charm his way out of his holding cell in a facility near Denver, Colorado. Casanova really isn't a danger to anyone, though, except perhaps himself, should he find himself at the hands of an angry spouse. But I'm sure he could get himself out of that one too. Finding Casanova was easy, actually, but the hard part would be extracting him. He was always surrounded by a crowd, almost like a cult. If there was a high-class party in Denver, Casanova would be there, and he would never return to his room with fewer than 10 people following him. I would need a good plan to separate him from his entourage. I decided to attend one of his parties just so I could get a better scope of the situation. It was crucial that I find any openings he might have. What I did not expect, though, was for Casanova to approach me. "Good evening, sir. I do not believe we have met before. I am Casanova, and you, sir," he said in a smooth southern accent. I think I almost threw up in my mouth. I guess I should have expected the accent. It was quite the ego after all. It was good to see his charm was working on me, though. I'm not entirely sure why, but I think it might have something to do with my disgust at just how perfect he is. "I'm Chris, and I'm kind of new here. Nice to meet you, Casanova." I managed to respond. Chris, what a fabulous name, but alone at a party, unacceptable. "Come with me. My friends and I are about to return to my estate, and I will show you the finer parts of the city." He said, was that a suggestive reference? Regardless, this was going much better than I had expected. I was making direct contact with my target, and if I went to his home, perhaps I could just wait until everybody fell asleep and sneak away with Casanova before anybody knew better. "I don't know, we just met, and I would want to impose on you like that," I sighed, trying to play hard to get. "No, I insist." "You must. Emily, go with my friend Chris here and guide him to my home. I will be there shortly. There is somebody I must see first," Casanova replied, while motioning to one of the women from his group. Emily did indeed guide me to Casanova home. I already knew where he lived, of course, but I had to play along. Casanova Estate was a true mansion in the Cherry Hills village with aesthetics that would make somebody think they designed the home in a game. I was escorted inside, and the rest of Casanova entourage arrived for the afternoon. I was offered some bourbon that had apparently been aged over 100 years. I'm not much of a drinker, but I accepted it nonetheless. Casanova arrived almost an hour later, fashionably late to his own party. Once he arrived, he immediately approached me. "But Chris, follow me. There is something I must show you," he said. I did hesitate to follow him. This was my chance to be alone with him, and I could tranquilize him and be on my way before anybody knew better. He led me to a room on the other side of the home. The room was something else, something I did not expect. The walls were covered with pictures of men and women, each one a different persona. I think I even noticed a few of them from his group. "What is this?" I said without even thinking. "These are all the people I have conquered, and you are the next. Please remove your clothes," Casanova said as he turned his back on me and began removing his own clothing. I almost felt compelled to remove my clothes. His words held so much power, but I was able to hold it together and approached him. I stuck the tranquilizer into his neck. I made sure to duct tape his mouth. I had heard enough of his words for one night. Casanova was much bigger than me, so it was quite an effort dragging him out of his window and back to my vehicle. But I managed to do it before anybody got suspicious. I assumed his friends simply thought he was trying to take his time to bonger me. I dropped off Casanova at a facility in Boulder, and I made sure to shower extra well that night. My experience with Casanova made me miss my date with Wraith. My next assignment would be another fun one, codenamed Bigfoot. So, what happens when you splice human DNA with gorilla DNA? Apparently, you get Bigfoot. Personally, I would have preferred the name Caesar in reference to Planet of the Apes, but I suppose here not a gorilla, and I don't get to pick the names anyway. Bigfoot is essentially a smaller version of the legendary creature. Before you ask if the real Bigfoot exists, I have to say that I don't know, and I have been tasked with hunting him down. Bangfoot would be a kill task. There was no guarantee that the tranquilizers would work, and if they did, for how long? Not to mention, he had killed 2 scientists when he escaped, so they weren't too worried about him coming back alive. They just wanted to dissect him to find out what went wrong. I was given specific parameters to avoid the head, if at all possible. They mostly wanted to examine the brain, and that would be possible if I had splattered it all on the ground. Another problem I faced was my experience with long-range weapons. It had been a part of my training, of course, and I had gone through the basics, but that was about it. I had been told that most of my missions would be up close and personal anyway, so it wasn't that important. Well, it was starting to seem very important now. Similar to Wraith, Bigfoot had taken up residence in a forested area, but since his diet didn't consist of human meat, he had chosen a much more secluded area in the Gifford-Pinchot National Forest in Washington. I don't think Bigfoot really wanted to hurt anyone. He could have lived his life out in these woods, never bothering anyone, but that not what the government wanted, my superiors. Informants had already done overhead sweeps of the area and were able to tell me exactly where the cave he was staying in was located. They had done the easy part, and I would get to do all the dirty work on the ground. I made my way to a vantage point overlooking the cave and set up the sniper rifle they had supplied me with. Now, all I had to do was wait. After a few hours, Bigfoot finally made his appearance. He walked out of the cave and began to stretch his limbs the way most of us do after we wake up. I studied the rifle and aimed the crosshairs over where I assumed his heart was, and I pulled the trigger. I missed it. I had taken into account the wind that had picked up since Iju started waiting, and the bullet had strayed to the right of Bigfoot, hitting the rock of the cave. Bigfoot didn't move, though. Instead, he simply turned his gaze to me with eyes that were all too human. He did try to escape. He knew I would come eventually. If it wasn't me, it would be someone else. Bigfoot had accepted his fate. I had killed the quake, of course, but that was different. I had done that while he was asleep. I'd have to see the look in his eyes before he died. I almost wished Bigfoot had been a monster like Wraith. That way, I would have to feel bad about putting him down. With slight hesitation, I reloaded my gun, took aim, accounted for the wind, and fired once again. Bullseye. Bigfoot went down instantly. I made my way over to confirm that he was dead, and luckily he was. He wouldn't have to suffer any more. Bogfoot weighed far too much for me to drag back on my own. So I set off a flare I'd been given for this moment, and waited for the air team to come and collect him. Seeing Bigfoot's lifeless body really made me begin to question my line of work. I had never felt so disgusted in my life, but I knew there was no way out of it for me. I'm already in far too deep. Perhaps the government has created another monster in me, and someday they'll have to put me down too, but for now, I'm still doing their dirty work, if you'll excuse me. Writing about Bigfoot has really brought my mood down. I'd be back, and I'd be sure to include one of my more exciting assignments next time. I think I need to lie down for a bit. Until next time, I'm back with a few more of my assignments. I'm not sure how much time I have, so I jump right into it. First up, codenamed Marionette. Marionette is, well, a doll, a ventriloquist doll, to be exact. Despite her simple looks, she's quite dangerous. Probably not in the way most of you would expect. She can move on her own, but she can speak, and that Janet, so she won't be running around your home in the middle of the night stabbing people. Instead, Marionette has an incredibly strong power of influence. One look in her eyes, and she'd have complete control over you. In a bit ironic, really. A ventriloquist doll making humans her puppets. In my briefing, I was told Marionette is essentially the definition of sadistic. She enjoys making her victims inflict as much pain as possible before eventually disposing of them. I'm not sure if demons are real, but if they are, I'm sure that what had trapped in that doll, Marionette, was believed to be staying with a family of 4 in a suburb of Atlanta, Georgia. She had been taken there by a scientist who had fallen under her control. She'd only been gone for about a week, but therein no telling what she could have gotten up to during that time. The scientist who had taken her returned to her workplace a day later and attempted to murder her co-workers, but that was quickly taken care of. I made my way to the family home in Decatur, hoping not to be surprised by what I saw. Let's just say I got my wish, but not in the way I had hoped. I knocked on the front door, and after a few minutes of no response, I turned the handle to find that the door was unlocked. I wish I had. The moment I stepped into the hall, I was hit with a putrid smell, the one that I know means death. The walls were coated in blood, some of it dried, some fresh and still slowly dripping down. I found the family together in the living room. The mother and the 2 children were sitting in a small triangle, already dead. Their stomachs had been cut open, with their entrails hanging out, and they had been posed in a way to make it look as if they were eating their own organs. In the center of that triangle was the father, hanging from the ceiling. He had scratches and cuts all across him, but that was nothing compared to what had happened to his family. Just before I was about to spill my lunch all over the floor, I heard a voice from the opposite corner of the room, just in time. "What do you think of my art? In a little sloppy, but I'm sure it would get better in time," said the voice of Marionette. "Have you come to get me already? I was having such a fun time. I'm done here anyway. I guess you can take me back now. I am be out again soon," she continued. I made my way over to the voice, making sure to keep my head down. I had no intention of ending up like that family. When I got close, I closed my eyes, managed to pick her up, and flipped her over. I made my way back to the vehicle. Let me sit up in front. I like to have conversations during my car rides. Plus, you can get much action from women in this line of work, so it'd be fun for both of us, Marionette said mockingly. As much as I wanted to chuck her into the back and throw a blanket or something over her, I also didn't want her to be out of my line of sight, so I granted her wish. I carefully sat her up front, turning her head toward the window. I'd be lying if I said part of me wasn't curious about her. I wanted to know more about what makes a monster a monster. You know, you should just take me home with you. Tell your boss I wasn't here, and I'm sure we could have lots of fun together, Marionette said. Yeah, I'm sure you would make great kindling for a fire, I respond. Oh, ho, ho, you're so funny. I like you. I was thinking that I would have somebody kill you eventually, but maybe I'll keep you, Marionette said. You don't just kill everyone? I asked. Of course not. I like to let the really bad ones live. It's more fun that way, Marionette said. What do you mean by that? Are you saying I'm a bad person? I asked, getting a bit angry. I almost turned to look at Marionette, but I thought better of it. Was she just trying to provoke me? You were not quite on my level yet, but I see potential in you. You didn't even scream when you saw my work. Maybe you even enjoyed seeing it. You may think we're different, but we really aren't, Marionette retorted. She was partly right. I had reacted when I saw the bodies. I had felt a little sick, but if I had seen that a month ago, I would have probably passed out. Whether I liked it or not, I am definitely changing, and I don't think it for the better. What are you? I finally asked after a few minutes of silence. Look into my eyes and I'll tell you, she said. Nice try. I may be stupid, but I'm not that stupid, I responded, almost bursting out in laughter. What? Are you afraid you would see yourself if you looked into my eyes? She taunted. That's enough. One more word and I'm Googling where the nearest wood chipper is. I said. Those were the last words I spoke on our little road trip together. I dropped off Marionette at a facility in Marietta, Georgia, and informed them about the mess at the house. They said they would send somebody out to clean it up. I was hoping they would give me a break after what I had seen, but I wouldn't be so lucky. As soon as I turned in Marionette, they told me they had a new assignment ready for me, codenamed Bud Mike. What a name, I know. This was probably the oddest assignment I had received yet. Mike was, from what I could tell, entirely human. I had no clue why I had been tasked with finding a human. Perhaps it was a runaway scientist, or somebody who just knew too much, but he certainly wasn't what I had gotten used to hunting. I was told that Mike was incredibly dangerous, though, and that I should take any risks in trying to capture him alive. In other words, they wanted him dead. This only made me more curious as to what secrets Mike must have held. Mike was constantly on the move, so it wasn't easy to find him. But my training had paid off, and I was eventually able to track him down to a motel in Tulsa, Oklahoma. I watched him for a few days. He didn't seem dangerous to me. Suspicious and cautious, yes, but not dangerous. One night he stepped out of his hotel room to go get food, so I decided to let myself in. Mike and I needed to have a talk. Mike didn't seem too surprised when he returned to his room to find me sitting on the couch. He simply held up his arms and said, "They did send someone for me after all. Go ahead and do what you have to do. I won't fight it. Sit down, Mike. I just want to talk." I said. Mike raised an eyebrow. "A curious one, huh? You know what they say about curiosity, right?" he said. I rolled my eyes and motioned for Mike to sit down. "Who are you, Mike? And why did they send me after you?" I asked. "You don't know. I'm you, or at least I used to be. They tell you where to go, who to kill, who to bring back alive, and we do it, no questions asked. I couldn't handle it anymore, though. And so here I am, and here you are. Mike explained this took me back for a second. I had known that he had to have some connection to my agency, but I never considered he had been in the same position as me. So, there really was no way out other than death. I walked across the room, pulled out my gun, and killed Mike. I had the answers I came here for. Perhaps Marionette was right, and we aren't so different after all. I returned with Mike's body to a facility in Oklahoma City, and I was asked to give my usual debriefing. Instead, I was just given a simple nod and told to go home and wait for my next assignment. I wondered if this was another test. If it had been, I was pretty sure I passed with flying colors. I understand if you all think less of me for the choices I made, but if it wasn't me, it would be someone else. This was a life I had chosen, and perhaps a life that was chosen for me. Regardless, I can back down now. I'm simply one discardable person in the whole scheme of things. Don't mistake my actions for blind loyalty, though. I know the people I work for aren't good people. I simply know my place in this world. The moment I stop being useful, I will end up like Mike. How does that saying go? Better the devil you know than the devil you don't. I am a cog in a giant machine, and once my cog stops turning, I would be discarded and replaced by another. Despite the fact that I risk death every day that I wake, God, I have never felt more alive. I no longer have nightmares about those I've killed. I've stopped caring about things like that. If I become too soft, I will end up like Mike, and I have no intentions of letting that happen. After I disposed of Mike, I was given a week off. It had been a while since I had any time to myself. It was a bit strange. I never had many friends to begin with, and my work had distanced me from the few family members I had kept in touch with. This week off made me realize just how empty my life would be. Was this what they had wanted? Regardless, my week was up, and I was ready for my next assignment. I got one, codenamed Chameleon. As her name implies, Chameleon is a master of disguise. She has the ability to morph her face into the perfect replica of anybody she chooses, but she is unable to change her body. I imagine she's still a work in progress, but can you imagine what the government could do if they could create perfect body replicas of anyone they wanted? She escaped with a few other experiments, but she was the top priority. It was believed that they had all split up, but I was still warned to be on the lookout in case any of them teamed up due to her ability. Chameleon would be incredibly difficult to locate. Because of this, several hunters like me were given her as an assignment. If our information was correct, she had not made it out of the city of Phoenix, Arizona. But if she had, we might never find her. The only way we would be able to identify her was by a distinct scar on her left shoulder. The government had set up roadblocks at all of the City Inn exits, while us hunters searched within. The 3 other hunters and I were each given a quadrant to search. Chameleon had no family, so she would either have to break into somewhere or find an abandoned location to stay. I spent several hours searching the streets of my quadrant, asking strangers if they had seen a suspicious-looking woman, as well as checking out old, decrepit homes that had been lived in for years. I found nothing until I was approached by a slender young woman, probably in her early 20s. "Are you looking for someone?" the woman asked. "Yeah, it's hard to explain. I'm looking for a girl, but I'm not entirely sure what she looks like," I replied. The woman chuckled before continuing. "A hunter, eh? I may be able to help you." I saw a girl run into an old abandoned building around the corner. She was acting pretty weird, constantly looking over her shoulder. Maybe she the one you're looking for. "Thanks, I have to go check right now," I said as I pushed past the woman. Not giving her words a second thought, I quickly made my way to the building and let myself in. To my amazement, Chameleon was actually there, but it wasn't quite what I had expected. The chameleon was tied to a chair. I knew it was her because her scar was in clear view, and no other hunters had contacted me to tell me they had moved into my area or that they had found Chameleon. So why was she tied up? That Chan, when I remembered who told me I would find her here, the stranger. I could even turn around. I heard his voice. It is a gift. She quite important to them. It she? It was the strange young man I had just met, but he was astride, behind me. He was in front of me near Chameleon. How had he gotten in front of me? Edu almost sprinted over here. Who are you? I asked. That not important right now. Aren't you going to thank me? Oh wait, that ain't unimportant either. The real reason I'm here is to deliver a message to you. The man said, a message from who? What? I was truly perplexed. As I said earlier, I made contact with almost no one. Don't look so confused, friend. It from your girlfriend. Have you already forgotten about her? Marionette would be so upset to hear that. The man mockingly replied. I immediately cut him off. Marionette is not my girlfriend. Marionette is a demonic doll that I want nothing to do with unless it involves a large fly. I almost shouted. The man laughed before responding. She said you would say something like that. Regardless, I just want you to know that she coming to pick you up sooner than you think. She really misses you. As he spoke, the man turned and began to walk away. What do you think you're doing? I said as I pulled my tranquilizer gun and aimed it at him. He didn't respond, nor did he stop walking, so I fired. My aim was dead on, but the dart passed right through him as if he wasn't there. He continued walking up to the wall and proceeded to walk through it. What the hell just happened? A man appears out of nowhere, leads me to Chameleon, tells me that Marionette is coming for me, and to top it off, objects pass directly through his body. Was he under her control? I didn't know what was going on at all, but I still had a job to do, and my target was right in front of me. I let the other hunters know that I had found the target, and then I took her back. That's what I did. I brought a chameleon back to my bosses at a facility in Tucson. I was almost expecting some sort of praise, but I knew that would be unlikely. Despite her value, I was surprised once again when I made it back to the holding facility. The whole place was in complete lockdown, or whatever was able to be locked down after the building had been blown apart. The facility was located outside of Tucson in a secluded area for obvious reasons, so I knew that no innocent people had died. But I did see the corpses of many scientists and guards strewn around the facility. I know some of them had families, but these people weren't exactly angels. I managed to find one of my superiors, who was able to briefly fill me in on the situation. While our forces had been thinned looking for Chameleon, a group had attacked the facility. It is obvious they were looking for a particular experiment, but it unsure exactly who they were after at this point. Around 20 to 50 experiments held in the facility had escaped. I tried asking which of the experiments, but I was told that it was confidential. They simply told me to leave Chameleon with them and to go home and wait for them to sort this out. I will be busy very soon. Part of me already knew at least one of the experiments who escaped was Marionette. I think it ain't a big possibility. I was already told that she was coming for me. I'm not sure what about to happen, but it can be good. It had been a few days since the attack on the facility. I was temporarily sent home while the government sorted out the mess. With half of the building blown apart, it would do much good to start hunting the escapees before we had a place to store them. We do find them eventually anyway. I was able to sleep for about 4 hours before my phone rang, and it was time to hunt down the escapees. Myself and 3 of the other hunters set out to help look for Chameleon en groupe. We were given a short list of the experiments that had escaped, and to my dismay, Marionette was in fact on that list. She could move on her own, so it was clear that she was with another one of the experiments, but which one, I had no clue. I tried flipping through the pages to see if the man I had seen with Chameleon was on the list, but he was. We were able to find about half of the 20 escapees within the first day. Some of the experiments just stood out a little too much, and with nobody to help them on the outside, they were pretty much sitting ducks. There were still 11 at large, though, Marionette, of course, among them. I kept hoping that every time we found a new lead, it would be the one carrying Marionette, but unfortunately, that was not the case. After doing a quick sweep of the nearby city of Mesa with no new results, we were all sent home to rest. The government would go through cameras and contact us if they found anything. They were also calling in reinforcements after the attack, trying to find out who orchestrated it. There was absolutely no way I was going home with a killer doll stalking me. Instead, I made sure I was nap followed, parked my car on a random street, and found a small motel in Tempe, Arizona. It was a crappy, run-down place, but that oddly made me feel safer. I slept with my lethal gun in hand and my tranquilizer gun nearby. I knew I would be able to sleep much, but it would only be worse for me if Marionette did come and I was too exhausted to fight back. The night went by with no incidents, though I was called early in the morning once again. It turns out 2 experiments had been spotted together, and they had stolen a car and were on the move to leave the city. The people back at the facility slowed them down as much as possible with stoplights. They wanted me and one of the other hunters to meet up and follow them, as they could possibly lead us to some more of the escaped experiments. I was able to quickly meet up with one of the hunters from before. He was probably in his mid-30s, so he had been doing this much longer than I had. Luckily, we were able to catch sight of the stolen vehicle just before it left Phoenix. Despite knowing they had been slowed down, it seemed too easy. The car began taking back roads and eventually pulled into an old cabin in the Tonto National Forest. Despite us being the only car behind it for most of the time, it didn't seem to show any unusual behavior, as if they knew we were following. The other hunter pulled over a short distance from the cabin, and he began to ready himself. I pulled out my phone. This was obviously a trap. I thought maybe I could call for backup, but the other hunter stopped me. Listen, I'd been at this a long time, and I know this is probably a trap, but do you really think that I'm going to send anybody to help us? We on our own? You can either help me or sit out here and wait. I'm going in, he said. Well, after you, I suppose, I replied coldly. I knew he was probably right, though. The government didn't care much about us. They would probably have just scolded me and asked what I was waiting for. So, I began to gear up as well. Death might be favorable compared to whatever Marionette wanted to do with me. The other hunter and I exited the vehicle and made our way as stealthily as possible in daylight. Once we had made it to the door, the hunter made a countdown of 3 before throwing some sort of grenade through the front window. It exploded in a gas, quickly filling the home. I couldn't help but wonder why Igu never gotten access to these grenades before. After the gas had mostly dissipated, we covered our noses with our shirts and went inside. We instantly found one of the experiments unconscious on the floor. If I remembered correctly, her code name was the Nightmare, and by touching someone, she could force them to see their worst nightmares. I guess since waterboarding is too inhumane, she must be the solution. The other hunter began to make his way over to her and began restraining her while I watched his back. He was almost done when everything went black. When I came to, I saw the other hunter was tied to a chair in front of me. He was still unconscious. I then looked down to see I was in the same situation, firmly tied to a chair. Finally awake, a male voice to my side said. I turned to look. It was the man from before, the one who had walked through the wall. He was also sitting in a chair, but he was not tied up. I doubt any sort of bindings could hold him anyway. On his lap sat a doll, Marionette, with a hood pulled up just enough to cover her eyes. The man began to speak. It is actually a bit funny. Last time we met, I gave you someone tied up in a chair, and now you yourself are tied up. What do you want? I replied, not in the mood for any games. I told you Marionette was coming to pick you up, but instead you came to see her yourself. How sweet of you. The man said, did you really miss me that much? Marionette finally spoke. Can you just kill me already, or do whatever you're going to do with me? I responded. I told you, the bad ones live, and you have been quite bad recently killing that poor man, Mike. It was a bit fast, but I'm sure you still enjoyed it. Marionette said, I just did what I was told. He knew what he signed up for. I said, yes, he did. The rest of us are not so fortunate. Our lives are turned into games by the government. The only difference between us is that you had a choice. The rest of the experiments and myself never had the luxury of knowing what they were getting in. Marionette said, so what? You want to overthrow the government and expose them or something? I asked. Marionette began to laugh. Heavens, no! They are far too powerful for that, and there are too few of us to even think about challenging them. No, I simply wanted you. What do you want with me? I may have done terrible things, but I'm still nothing like you, I replied. Oh, maybe not yet, but you will be soon enough, she said. After she said that, 2 new people entered the room. They were both wearing lab coats. One held a syringe, and once he reached me, he plunged it into my arm, releasing the fluid. Once again, the world went black. I found myself looking at 2 bodies. One was the other hunter. The other was mine. Both had a bullet hole in their head. I was dead. Then how am I still seeing this? I quickly looked down at myself, fearing the worst. I was trapped in a doll. I still appeared to be human. I touched my face and the rest of my body. I still felt solid. I was still capable of picking things up. But why was my body seemingly dead on the floor? Incredible, isn't it? It looks exactly like you, even down to the fingerprints. One of the experimental abilities. The other one is a replica. You're quite dead and done with your gun. By the way, came the voice of the ghost-like man from before. What did you do to me? I asked. I knew they had done something to me. The man simply shrugged. Not there now. It seems as if your body rejected the serum we had planned for you. A reject. Well, at least that's one thing to be happy about, he said. Although I was still stuck in a room with one of my captors, as well as a dead body and a replica of my own dead body. What now? Since it didn't work, Marionette has one last plan for you, he said. As he said this, the door opened once more. Marionette was brought back into the room by Nightmare, this time with no hood. I was no longer tied up, but I knew there was still no way for me to escape yet, so I stood still as Nightmare approached me, with Marionette in hand. Once Nightmare stood directly in front of me. I crouched down and looked directly into Marionette's eyes. I would fight fate. What I saw in those eyes was pure evil. I saw countless wars, murders, suicides, and endless tragedy. I did lose control of myself, though. Instead, I quickly reached for the lighter I had hidden in my shoe ever since Marionette escaped. I flipped it on and lit Marionette's dress almost instantly. She went up in a blaze, as if she'd been soaked in gasoline. There was no stopping the fire. Nightmare and the strange man desperately tried to stop it, but it was too late. I took a second to smile before sprinting out of the door. I saw several people on my way out of the house, but none of them seemed concerned with me. They were all trying to get to the room with Marionette. I knew the whole cabin would be engulfed soon, so I just needed to get out. Once I made it outside, I quickly ran toward the hunter car. It was surprisingly still there, and they hadn't moved it yet, but he still had the key. I smashed the window and hot-wired the car as quickly as possible, then sped off. By the time I drove by, the fire in the cabin was massive. I almost hoped that all those inside would die, but they had all been under Marionette's power, and it's possible there were some good people among them. I let the thought die as I continued to move forward. I've been hiding out ever since that day. I know writing this only puts me in more danger, but this story needed to be put out there. It almost guaranteed that the government will read this, and perhaps they will send someone after me. But I don't care anymore. I want to be a puppet to anyone, not the government, and not a psychotic doll. I'm officially done hunting down the government mistakes. House of Hollow Eyes. The house didn't just stand there. Walls that wept silent tears in the dead of night. Doors that sighed your name like a curse unspoken. What if the only way out was to let it in? I was always the neighborly kind of person. I tried to be as friendly and haddock to my fellow neighbors every day whenever I decided to leave my house. Sometimes I would proceed with the same jolly hellos almost every day in an unchangeable routine. I would leave my house at 7 o'clock in the morning on weekdays to go to school and wave hello to my next-door neighbor, Amit Singh. He was a short Indian man with a well-groomed mustache and always wore the same colorful windbreaker even when the intense heat waves of June, July, and August came, melting the streets. I could sometimes catch Harlan having that damn sweater on. One must never judge their neighbor, however, coming from school. I would say hello to two more of my preferred neighbors, Ryan and Marcus. My whole block was a mixed culture area, and I couldn't have had it any other way. Ryan was this 20-year-old guy who I used to always hang out with when I was a child. He was only 4 years older than me. But during my childhood, it didn't matter how old you were on 8th Street, because you'd still be accepted to participate in whatever outdoor activities we decided to kill time with. I could still reminisce about all the wonderful moments I spent outside as a child, feeling the sun's scorching heat smack my entire body. I would gather with a bunch of other children and some teenagers at the time, and we'd all come to some conclusion to play some game that involved a whole lot of running, hiding, and whispering. Others that were playing football either way, I would often return home with my knees either bruised or covered with dirt, my shirt drenched in sweat, and my face containing at least one tiny cut from falling onto the ground, and my legs were sore as all hell. Ryan was quite frequently the leader of whatever expedition us children decided to embark upon outside. He was this tall, handsome, and hilarious teenager who had it all. He had the most vibrant green eyes you would ever see, and whenever the sun reflected upon them, it would sparkle like billions of diamonds falling from the sky. Now, I don't want anyone to think of me in some other way, but I always had to admire the man's complexion of beauty. Also, there was this factor that he played both baseball and football, and had a beautiful girlfriend named Emily with long brown hair. I was like Ryan, and he always found me the coolest child he had ever met. I got along with him pretty well, and I sometimes found myself inside his home after 4 hours of non-stop running. He would provide me with loads of snacks, and I would gladly munch on them until my stomach felt as if I had swallowed 3 oversized marbles. Wow, when did this story become a memoir of my childhood? I am supposed to write something scary, right? Well, I am getting there, don't worry. Anyway, Ryan was an awesome neighbor, and he might have sparked the idea in my mind that I must treat every neighbor with respect and love. He would boast about how all we have in life are our friendly neighbors, and that the world could be a better place if each and every neighbor shared a sense of communication and benevolence. See what I mean? This kid was meant to be something. And then there was Marcus. And this one time, when I was only 8 years old, I decided it was a nice enough day outside to take my bike outdoors and ride the whole evening until supper was served. It was the dawn of autumn, and where I lived, which was in Newark, New Jersey, the temperature hadn't made such a dramatic drop yet to the mid-30s. It was still around all those 70s. Surprisingly, I was glad, since I preferred warm weather over freezing storms any day. I rode around my block on my tiny silver bicycle that was handed down to me from my older brother, who lived in a faraway place called California. Parts of the metallic material the bike was constructed out of rusted, and as I pedaled on, I could hear the constant squeak of the tires exhausting themselves. Despite how old and fucked up the bike was, I loved it as if it was my child. It came from my family, and I took it wherever I went outside. The way Marcus and I truly met is quite a funny story, and a painful one, if I should add. The street where I lived had a huge hill, and after a half an hour of just speeding through my entire neighborhood in a straight line, I decided to roll up to the hill to see if I could race down at high speed. Going up a hill with the bike was arduous work, to no surprise to whoever has ridden a bike before, but before I knew it, I was at the top of the hill with the sun beaming at my still tanned face from the summer that had just passed. I stared down at the hill below me. It felt intimidating to me. My stomach turned so badly I thought my intestines were doing cartwheels. I never challenged myself to go at full speed down this hill and up to this point. All I had been doing was gingerly riding down the hill with my hands clutching the brakes so hard that I received bruises on my fingers. But I even think back then, I was willing to do anything myself in order to receive the answers I needed to know. And at that moment, I wanted to know what it felt like going down a hill at max speed. My friends had done it, and they bragged about how amazing and how rad the trip was. I had to know for the sake of my 8-year-old reputation. Before I knew it, I pushed down on the pedal, and in seconds, the worn-out wheels of my bike were spinning down the hill. This time, the squealing of the metal of my bike was screaming right out my ear. They sounded moments away from ripping into shreds. My own heart beat at a pace that would compete with how fast I was descending down the hill. The wind rushed and smuggled at my face, and there were moments where the air was choking me. I had my mouth open because of the quiet moans of fear that escaped my lips, but even with this fact, I was still having the time of my life. Despite how hard the wind was about to knock me over, the breeze cuddling with my face felt refreshing, and instinct told me to squeeze hard on the brakes. But I had to fight my mind in order just to enjoy the ride. The world around me was blurred by how much momentum I accumulated. That was in paradise. Surprisingly, a smile crossed my lips, even with the rush of air against my face. I was so dazed from the joy I was getting by coming down the hill that I hadn't noticed the parked car leaving the driveway. It was a small brown Honda, driving in reverse, trying to roll away from the driveway and drive into the street on my block. If the car had been any bigger, I think my face would have hit right against the rear of the vehicle. Instead, when my bike crashed against the side of the car at full speed, my body leapt over the brown car like the cow who jumped over the moon. Due to how fast I was pedaling down my hill, all the strength and speed I gathered from going down all came together in a single point. That single point was where I was sitting, and the impact of my bike with Marcus's car sent me landing on the other side of his car. My mother always told me to wear a helmet, knee pads, and elbow pads whenever I rode my bike. But you know, like I was every kid in my neighborhood and school, I didn't listen. And boy, did my mother scowl at me when I came home that evening. I landed right on those 3 areas of the human anatomy I just mentioned. My elbows and knees came crashing down on the concrete sidewalk and scraped the ground in one huge swipe. I felt my skin grind against the diminutive pebbles on the ground. My body rolled on the ground for a couple of seconds and stopped once my head hit against the television that my neighbors had just thrown away. The pain didn't come when I fell, nor did it arrive when my head broke the television screen. It came when Marcus leapt out of his car, ran to me, and I saw his dismal and shocked expression. "Now," I cried, "of course I think that much is obvious." "Ha!" Bubbling and alive agony shot at my arms and legs. I felt my blood trickle down from the bruises down to my ankles and socks. It was that pain that felt as if someone was pinching and stabbing at one specific point at the same time, not to mention how much my head buzzed from the smack it just received. I was seeing stars and flashing images for moments to come. The back of my head felt dense and was experiencing one of the worst migraines in my childhood. And how many kids can say that their heads crashed against an ancient elevation? You know, the ones with a huge hunch on their backs. "Ah, Jesus, kid, y'all okay?" I heard Marcus ask, as generously as he could speak. He had a very deep, masculine voice no man I've met has ever topped. The only response I gave him were my weeps of agony. "Let me help you there, study." Marcus crouched down with skinny, wrinkled, but muscle-packing arms, and dug them under my body. He pulled me up with no problem, which shouldn't be a surprise since at the time I probably weighed like 50 or 60 pounds as a child. My home was only a couple houses down from where Marcus's car was parked, and I knew that Marcus knew where I lived. Whenever my mother would walk me to school, she would always say hi to Marcus with pleasure, so Marcus knew instantly where to go. As he ran with a child over his hairy arms, my own world was a fishy and dreary ride. At that moment I had just received one of the most brutal falls of my life, but at the same time I had just ridden the most awesome hill in my life. How many kids can boast that they rode down 8th Street's hill and crashed against a parked car? Only my vision, was blurry as well as disoriented as Marcus rushed to my home. But all that changed when my droopy eyes stared at the woman who was sitting inside the entrance of her house with the door opened. There are many memories of my childhood that are mixed up, but this particular moment will carry in my heart until death comes knocking on my door. There was this white and green house, a couple of houses away from my own that I hadn't quite noticed before until that moment. She was sitting in a chair that appeared as messed up as I was. Chips of the paint that covered the wooden chair fell away before my eyes, and over time, that chair would transform from a mixture of red and blue into a dry, awkward yellow. The elderly woman sitting on the chair had long, straight, and luscious hair, the color of the moon. It reached down all the way to her thighs when she sat down and had bangs concealing her leathery forehead. I wrote down that her forehead was leathery because the entire skin on her face had a complexion of wrinkles, and this texture that appeared like rubber. I mean, I can't describe it any better than that, to be honest. There were also multiple moles and birthmarks decorating her cheeks. Over her entire body, she had on a large, fluffy green nightgown that she wore every single day. This was the first time I had ever set eyes on this woman, and she brought out a horrible first impression on me. Of course, I must have rendered her the same appeal, since I must have looked like complete shit at the moment with blood all over my clothes and skin. But I had an explanation, while she didn't. In fact, I would get to know the terrible fact that she looked how she appeared every day. This old woman offered me a look of complete disgust. It was as if she gave off this depressing expression to the entire world because the earth must have done something so saddening to her that she had to demonstrate herself in this matter. Her fat, pink, and old lips came down in a grumpy frown, and her eyes narrowed at me with disappointment mixed with her remorse. I groaned in fear at the sight of her, but she took no notice of my terror before she disappeared behind me. I glanced at her one last time. I swear on everything I love that this happened. She laughed like a witch at the sight of my blood and demise, and shut the door in front of her with a large slam. The echo of the door being closed haunted me as Marcus marched toward my house. I kept on thinking of the woman's hysterical laughter before she drifted away from my eyesight. It sounded bizarre, almost insane, and at the end of that day, Marcus brought me back home in one piece. He took a while to explain to my mother what had happened, and my mother answered with first shock, fear, and concern, but then with attention, and finally with laughter and delight at the idea that I was okay. Marcus and she chatted for a bit, and he had to leave right away soon after. Once the air cleared up and my head stopped hurting. My mother teased me at the idea of not listening to her when she said to always go outside with proper equipment. The whole time my mother was yelling at me, my mind was in a different place. I kept on pondering about the old woman who I had just met moments ago, and replaying in my imagination that wretched and demonic laugh that came crawling out from her mouth. How she had closed the door as if all she opened it for was to see my pain and torment. As you can imagine, I couldn't sleep that night. And when I did sleep, nightmares bit my brain. This was the start of a journey better left, never crossed after this incident. I didn't particularly grapple with the idea that the woman who I had just met was somehow out to get me. In fact, the whole concept of that day slipped away from my mind no less than 3 days later. It was childish fears combined with an expansive imagination. Every time I passed the green and white house, I would barely give it a second glance, and kids are so easy to forget the things that hurt them. I think that's actually pretty scary in itself. So it wasn't until around the time I was 11 years old that the horror of that day resurrected itself upon my life once more. I was standing in line inside the corner store that was placed up the hill where I lived. It was this medium-sized bodega that my mother always used to send me to buy last-minute groceries. I also went to the store to buy the occasional snack or drink, and that evening was during the beginning of spring. I remember very specifically these things because, number one, when major moments in our lives occur, you tend to remember every single detail about that day. Number two was that I remember wearing my black hoodie with a pair of soccer shorts. This was my average clothing style every single spring in my hometown. My mother had asked me to go buy her some beans to make a special soup she used to cook once a month. I reluctantly went, searched for the beans, and waited in line for the tourist in front of me buying a Red Bull to hurry up with his item. As I kept on gazing at the man's large 48-ounce heart attack-inducing drink, my eyes shifted to the two customers who stepped inside the store, and my body straightened once I glimpsed at the two men. I recognized them from the green and white house that was down my block near where I lived. At that moment, the memory of seeing the old lady chuckling at me returned to my imagination, and I felt the hair on the back of my neck float as if being pulled. They came strolling inside with sanguine smiles on their lips, and they kept turning their eyes all over each object inside the store. For a second, I thought they were on drugs. But the one man appeared too old to induce himself to such illegal matters, and the other man just then seemed like he had it in him. The old man's face closely resembled that of the elderly woman's face, and I came close to making the conclusion that they were siblings, but then another memory crossed my mind once more. This one time I was walking down my hill, I spotted the old man and woman connecting lips with each other. I mean, no way in hell were two siblings kissing each other unless my hypothesis was right about that old lady and how fucking nuts she was. But as I gazed closer at the old man, you could point out the difference between the two. The old man didn't have that leathery texture on his skin, but instead, he appeared rather rotten as well as melting. His entire cheeks and forehead had sagged down. Not due to weight, but some other factor I couldn't put my finger on. Plus, the old man had a small round face, while the crazy old lady had a large oval-shaped head. Then there was the young man standing next to the old man. I also came close to the idea that the younger man was somehow the son of the elderly man and woman, but pushed away the thought almost immediately. The young man had really tanned and smooth skin, while the old man and woman were as pale as paper. This could also be due to the fact that maybe the man and woman didn't go outside as much and gather as much sun as this younger man would receive. But at the same time, the young man had spent plenty of time outdoors, and this I knew due to talking inside the store I was currently in. The store owners kept to themselves, including the young man I was staring at right now. He had large, circular eyes that stared at the world with a sense of laziness, or slow-wittedness is a better phrase to use in context. But I am trying to be as blunt and as truthful as I can. You could just tell, however, that the young man was probably around the age of 25 and was a bit behind in the head, not to mention that also when he walked in. His lips kept parting away from each other as if speaking silent words only he could hear himself. Both men were about the same height, which wasn't much since they stood at almost 5'4". Being 11, I barely reached their height, but over time I would get to tower over them without warning. The young men approached me almost as fast as I was going down my block with my bike that one time, and for a second I was dazed out of my own thoughts, but reached just in time to pull away from the man's approaching hands. "Hey, hey," the young man said. He spoke with a slur, and I grew accustomed to hearing this kind of talk around the neighborhood. But the way this young man slurred his words, I knew there was something wrong with him. "Man, come here for a second." I think he meant to say, "Come here for a second." But at the moment, I was too surprised by what was happening. I didn't have time to question his words. I turned my eyes to see what the two male store owners were going to do in the situation, but they were too busy chatting it up with the tourist who still hadn't fucking left. If tea here is one thing those guys behind the counter are great at, it's starting up an hour-long conversation. You have to remember that I was still a child at this moment, and I still had the idea that you could trust anybody in the world, especially our neighbors. So when this young man took hold of both of my hands with a tenacious grip, I didn't think much of it. In fact, I smiled right at his face, as if we were best buddies about to do something spectacular, but nothing fantastic happened next with what he planned on doing. The young man took a second to admire my hands, and then proceeded to drop them down towards his legs. Well, at first, I thought he was going to place them near his legs, but then he went a little above his thighs, and then I knew what he wanted to do. I forced my hands away from his monstrous grip with all the power I could gather in a single moment. "The fuck are you doing?" I yelled so loud I thought China heard a faint echo of my protests, while conversation ceased to an end once I released my initial call of denial. The young man eyed me with that clueless gaze of his, while I shot at him a stern gaze of austerity. My arms were trembling as if I had just escaped a snowstorm. "Oh, what are you doing, man?" the store owner asked the young man, and came around the counter to get between the young man and me. "You can't be doing stuff like that, you heard," the young man responded with more mumbled and inaudible words. Yeah, get out of here," you heard, but most get to the street, man." The store owner almost pushed the young man away from the store. I felt bad for a moment, but then I remembered that he almost made me touch his crotch with both of my bare hands. The entire time the scene was happening, the elderly man was just standing there with his hands in his pocket, and that same furtive smile on his lips that were stapled on his face forever. It was strange just looking at the old man. He had that same expression the entire time, and it didn't even shift slightly. Once he and the young man left the store together, the last thing I saw was the red coloring of the man's lips and those large, lost eyes of the slow young man. "I apologize for what just happened, man," the store owner said. He was about 6'2", and he made me look like the smallest human in the world. "I don't understand what the hell is wrong with that man." "You know something is wrong with him," he said. "You know?" The store owner proceeded to tap his temple with both his index finger and middle finger repeatedly. "If anything, I'd avoid that man. He's crazy. Also, you could keep that one can of beans for free. Sorry, again." I left the store, giving a quick nod and a faint thank you. I stood on top of my street's hill and gazed down at both men going down the block. The young man turned his head for a quick second, and then stared right at my fearful eyes. He offered me a grin that only a toddler can pull off, and in return my lips formed the words, "Piss off." After a couple of seconds, the two men knocked on the door of the green and white house, and the elderly woman was there to open it with a hint of gratitude. It was at this moment I realized that they had entered the store for no apparent reason detectable. They didn't even leave with any purchased items. Facts like this created some vision of suspicion for those three interesting characters. I stared longer at them as they talked relatively quickly in front of their door. After a while, the two men strolled deeper into their home, leaving the woman by herself. She noticed me spying on her, and we made eye contact for no more than 5 seconds. After that, she took hold of the base of the door with her meaty and wrinkled hands and slammed the door shut without giving me a second glance. Once again, the echo of that door being shut crawled at the back of my neck until I reached home with fresh new beans. That house and those three people stayed planted in my mind. From then on out, there wasn't a week or a month where I didn't take a second to ponder about who they were and where they lived. I didn't even bother to discuss with my parents about what happened that day when I was 11. I knew if I spoke of it, they would overreact, and I had already handled the situation by myself. There were times where I would see the young man around our block, and whenever I did see him, I would turn the other way or cross the street. And so the years passed by. I entered high school, and things just drifted back to normal. I lived an everyday average teenage life, and that was the way I wanted it to be. I watched as old neighbors left my street to move away and newcomers arrived with trucks loaded with their furniture, family photos, etc. I made sure to stress to my parents that we should welcome them, and of course they didn't deny the offer. They were just as gregarious as I was when it comes to our neighbors. During the time that I was about 15, I just thought it was time to find out some things or rumors about that green and white house. Then the perfect opportunity came when I was walking up my block and I spotted both Marcus and Ryan conversing outside of their homes. They both lived right next to each other and were as close as neighbors can get. "Hey, what's up, Ryan?" I spoke cheerfully, offered a grin, and clapped hands with him. At the time, I think he was around age 19, fresh out of high school. It was summertime, I believe, since I remember wearing just a white plain t-shirt accompanied with basketball shorts that reached my knees. Ryan dressed in a similar fashion. Marcus, on the other hand, wore a sleeveless brown shirt with working jeans that contained little bits of paint residue on them. The thing everybody loved about Marcus was that he was always looking for jobs to do around town, and he wouldn't mind painting inside or outside of a house for a cheap price. If there was a man we all depended on, hell, it was Marcus. "Sup, little man?" Ryan said with a soft, gentle voice. "Damn, I haven't seen you in a while, dog. How have you been?" "Well, great, you?" "Now I am in my freaking sophomore year," I grunted. "Hey, Marcus, how is everything?" "Everything's good, bud," he said with that generous, deep voice of his. "A lot. Let you two kids talk about your stuff. I got to go upstairs and fix some things inside my home. It's been a busy day for me. Oh, and if you get a chance, you should check out Mrs. Ellis's house. I painted that beauty in under 3 hours, and it came out as beautiful as she is. Sounds good." "I'll remember to go visit her one day," I said. Mrs. Ellis wasn't all that gorgeous, not as pretty as Ryan's girlfriend. But hold up, 1 second, Marcus, if you may. I got to ask you two fellas something real quick. "Shoot," Ryan spoke. "All right, I am only asking you guys since. Number one, you live close by to the house I am about to mention. Also, I trust both of you, and I think we could keep this to ourselves, right?" They both offered me a believable and trustworthy nod. "Listen up. But you know that green and white house right there?" I pointed at the home just a couple of yards away from where the three of us were standing. "Yup, I know that place," Marcus said. I turned to look at both Ryan and Marcus, and they gave me a solemn look right away. I knew something was up, and my suspicions weren't all unreasonable. 340 is the address. What about his buddy? Let me tell you guys something, I began, and proceeded to tell them my two tales. The one involving Marcus, and the other up the block inside the bodega. As I chose the right words to describe every single detail of my story, they kept on giving me appropriate nods and looks of dismay. To be exact, I was a little disappointed with the way they were talking about my story. I expected a more depressing or alarming vibe between the three of us. But instead, it seemed as if they had heard it all before. After I finished telling them everything I thought, experienced, and knew, I stood quiet in front of both of my friends, and after a few seconds of awkward silence, I spoke again. Well, I'd say that it took you long enough to figure this shit out, Marcus spoke. Listen here, Jake. I've been living here for almost 30 years. 30 years, I said, and I've seen all types of weird faces and people around town. Those three folks right there. Lastly, something ain't right. I am a grown 55-year-old man, and that old lady who just does nothing but sit on that old rusty chair all day still gives me the fucking creeps. The house just smells of something fishy. Yeah, I would not trust a damn person in that house, Ryan said. I'd seen that slow-witted bastard trying to talk with some of the younger kids. I know there must be something special about him, and I won't judge and all, but still somebody has to control that person. Besides, I began, what a weird bunch to have living inside a home like. It's just two old white folks, and then some young, slow-witted guy. How did that happen, Marcus? You got any idea? Well, I'll tell you this much, Marcus said. He beat his chest a little, and then went to a coughing fit for a few seconds. Excuse me, fellows should lay off the sticks for a while. Anyway, I saw that old couple when they first moved in here, and I tell you, they were completely different from how they are now. I was going to ask, well, how exactly, but was interrupted by Marcus's harsh coughing sound. Shah, buzzboy. All unanswered questions can come after I tell you this. So yeah, I saw them folks move in here. It was a year after I moved in, to be specific about it. They were already old when they first arrived, around their mid-40s or 50s, but they were jollier to say. They just didn't seem as pissed or as gloomy as they do now. I think the woman was 3 times as pretty. Actually, she had the looks of those old ladies that you knew would still contain some of that beauty, even when 80 years hit them. Now they both look like dog shit. Excuse the language, fellas. But yeah, I saw them move in, and I saw them enter their house for the first time. Nothing too special about the event. We were able to make them feel at home, and I remember where they came from, what their occupation was, and why the hell were 2 old folks moving in a place like this? I mean, shouldn't they be in Arizona or some shit? Either way, we didn't question them. But then, you know, things happen, time changes, and over time, that old couple shifted to something else. Each year, they just became more isolated from everyone else, even with our efforts to try to get them out of the house. Those folks still locked themselves inside like a bunch of slaves. I think they truly wanted to be inside the home and be consumed by it. I don't know what was so damn unique about that house. Eventually, no one just forgot about us. But this is what I get from this whole experience. Marcus leaned closer to Ryan and me. Now, you call me crazy, and I know sometimes you young men might think I am him by how I love working and all. But I believe it's that damn house that got to them. Something about that home ain't right. You can't tell me the opposite. I mean, sure, the lady and the old man may make your spine tingle, but you see, it's the house that gets to your bones. Whenever I walk past that son of a bitch, my shit out. To be honest, I could be sensitive about this type of shit, and I just feel so insecure about myself when I walk past it. I feel as if that house has eyes, and it's watching my every step. Shit like that ain't sane. But I feel that, I mean I truly do. Now I was speechless, Ryan was speechless. We were all lost for words. I tried opening my mouth to speak, but it felt as if it were so shut. "You don't have to say another word, son. I know you think it's true. These folks were nice, generous fellows before the house ripped their souls clean from them. Damn. Feel sorry for those poor sods. All I am saying is, if I were you, I'd avoid that house as much as I can. Now, why would you ask us what we thought about that house anyhow? Just wondering." It all was the first lie I ever told one of my neighbors. I wasn't just wondering. I was hunting. I was scavenging for the truth. And it would fall in my hands whether anyone liked it or not. I had to find my answers. "You got any stories, Ryan?" Marcus broke the silence. "No, not really," he said. "Just that I always found them folks fucked up to look at. I mean, I love everyone here, but it takes a special kind of feeling to love those guys. It's just the vibe, man. I just don't dig it." "Ditto," I mumbled to myself. "What happened?" Marcus asked me. "Nothing," I said. "Listen, guys, thanks for your time and words. I really appreciate it." Ryan and Marcus both responded with the same chorus of, "No problem." Ryan headed up the block, stating he was meeting with his girlfriend to go on a date. He departed, which left Marcus and me by ourselves. "What are you really going to do, kid?" Marcus said, and smiled with a sarcastic grin. He was also good at reading people, as well. "Well, to tell you the complete truth, I don't know," I said. And it was even with this deep desire burning inside me to find out answers about this damn house, I still felt the trepidation presence of the home. At the same time, I wanted nothing to do with that home and those people living inside it. But what I do know, Marcus, is that I need to know more things. Sometimes you have to dive deep into the situation in order to get what you want. If that's what you say. "Sure, kid," Marcus said, and began walking up the steps to go inside his home. Before he opened the main door to leave me all alone, he turned around and gazed at my eyes. "Now, I ain't stopping you from doing your thing. Just, if you are going to dive deep, well, try not to drown." And on that note, my garrulous neighbor Marcus left me feeling completely ambivalent about myself. My neighbors and that damn house, that was early in the summer, around the month of June. It took me some time to reconsider my steps after that conversation with Marcus and Ryan. I was filled with confidence and determination to barge inside that home and confront whatever force awaited me there. In fact, now that I thought about it, it would look completely idiotic just to enter the home without any sort of motive. It came down to that. I could forget about this whole thing and just live my life as a normal neighbor like everyone else in my block. Or I could take the courageous risk and try to talk with one of the three folks living inside that home. Each time I thought about the latter option, I would get this dense weight on my chest. I don't know if it was fear, excitement, or a bizarre mixture of both. Either way, when the middle of July arrived, I made my official decision. The sun was baking the entire neighborhood with its scorching heat that made my skin feel as if it were melting. I stepped out of my home with my keys in one hand and a fresh batch of brownies in the other. I baked double chocolate fudge brownies for the whole damn neighborhood. I knew it was not such a great idea to be offering such hot, thick, and messy snacks on a summer evening, but hell, who can deny a brownie? I kept the chocolate brownies in a large rectangular tray that could sustain about a dozen of them. Here was the plan. I was just an average neighborhood teenager, giving out free brownies for whomever wanted them in my block, and this type of behavior would strike me as being a bit shady and devious, since we all know what some teenagers do with baked goods. But I had several advantages. Number one, being that everyone adored and loved me. Inside my block, there was not a single person who didn't know me in my street, unless they were a newcomer. Of course, my neighbors found me trustworthy. The second was that, and well, I don't want to sound humorous or anything, but most of my neighbors were quick to point out how handsome I look to them in this world. It pays off real nice if you have a nice looking face. I would go around each and every house with my batch of brownies and would have to knock on the green and white house. The rest of my neighbors would love to munch on my fresh baked goods. So, with this idea, I wouldn't look as suspicious or weird as attempting to go inside that home. I may get a few second glances at my fellow neighbors for even making direct contact with that home, but they probably would see it as being naive and not knowing truly what type of people lived inside it. Little did they know that I knew exactly who lived inside 348th Street, trust me. I had first-hand experience, no pun fucking intended. The first house I went to was Harlan's. He took my offering with gratitude and a look of starvation and clapped my back several times before I left. I then proceeded to go to the rest of my neighborhood until I finally reached the green and white house. Next, though, it was Marcus and Ryan's apartment, and I considered offering them a brownie. Of course, if I did this, they would both want to start a conversation with me. Once that happened, I could kiss my plan goodbye. I just passed the thought away and focused on the main task ahead of me. When I reached the front steps of the green and white house, I kept my foot an inch away from the first step. I placed my sweaty hand on the railing that had its black paint chipping off. I'd never been that close to the house before, and at that moment, I regretted the choice I made. Just touching a piece of the house made me feel powerless. Stop it, I told myself. It was just Marcus's stupid superstition about the house. I couldn't have the idea be realistic in my mind. It just didn't make sense. So I walked up the steps while at the same time ignoring Marcus's voice ringing inside my head. My own inner voice kept on repeating the same phrase of not going through with this. I had to block and separate too many voices that were smacking around my mind at that moment. I reached the front of the home and let out a breath I hadn't realized I was containing. The door stood right in front of me, but I think stood is not a correct term to describe the position of the entryway. It was almost crooked from the left side, and I peeked at the hinges of the door as they gingerly swayed back and forth with the rusty creak that reminded me of my old bike. The door was at the breaking point of collapsing. I figured that if I had knocked hard enough, I could bring the entire home to the ground. And so I slowly tapped my knuckles 5 times against the dry wooden door. As I waited for someone to open the door, I took this time to observe the entire house from the outside. Some things I didn't consider about the home were the little holes covering most of the wall of the house. They appeared like someone had slit parts of the wall with a jagged knife and had created these oval-shaped holes. I reached out my hand to place a finger on one of the holes and retreated my hand once I made contact. I almost stumbled back and fell down the stairs by how terrified I had become. My entire body shook, froze in fear despite the heat of the day. The sweat dripping down my neck and back turned to ice-cold liquid, and every single one of the hairs on my arm rose with great horror. I couldn't control my body by how much I was shivering. Once I touched that hole, I felt some sort of movement. It felt as if I placed my fingers on top of some soft and sponge-like tissue. I didn't have any more time to ruminate over the surreal event that had just occurred, since at that moment the door in front of me opened wide. I was greeted by the elderly lady. Once the inside air crawled out and roamed around my entire body, I felt it. I sensed what Marcus must have been talking about. It felt as if the air inside the home had tendrils, and they were wrapping around my limbs to drag me in. I felt a force reel me inside. The house was seducing me. My skin tingled with a soft and tender touch. "Hello there," the elderly woman said to me with an apathetic face. "How can I help you?" But once we made eye contact, that face transformed into great and undeniable happiness. I had never seen the grin so wide before. It was literally ear to ear, and I regretted everything at that moment. Hello there," I tried to say as gently as I could manage, but the words came out in one huge slur that even to me sounded incomprehensible. "My name is Jake. I don't know if you recognize me from the neighborhood, but, yeah. I was just wondering if you'd like some brownies that I baked." There was a slight pause between the two of us. Her lips were still stapled with that humongous grin. You don't have to worry about the brownies being bad for you and all. My mom helped me cook, and you could. You can ask her to make sure." The elderly woman's face returned back to its apathetic gaze, and I thought about just running away. This woman gave me mixed feelings about everything. I was not more than 5 minutes into the conversation, and already I doubted this was going to turn out as I expected. Her grip on the wooden door tightened, and I spotted her wrinkled hand grow tense. I prepared myself for her to slam the door in my face. Instead, the elderly woman opened the door a bit wider. "Well, well, don't you come in, young man. I don't want you burning in this heat." Well, I began, but I trailed off. This was the moment I had to make my choice here. Either follow my gut feeling and dive inside the house with absolute no fear at all, or try to decipher the elderly woman right then and there. I couldn't work under pressure, and I realized I took too long to say anything. If I continued this act, I would appear more suspicious than I already looked. But then I felt that formidable force once more coming from inside the home. I felt it wrap around my insides and tug at me to enter the house. This helped me convince myself to go with my first idea. "I'd love to come in," I said, and smiled to myself. The elderly woman's grin returned, and she stepped away to the right to provide me some space to walk inside. I placed my right foot inside the home and almost lost my balance at that moment. The presence of the house caught me off guard. My knees jiggled with weakness, and it felt as if my foot was permanently glued to the floor. I brushed away this random thought and entered the home with my entire body inside. "Either way," I began, "I didn't quite catch your name, if you don't mind me asking." "What is it?" "My name is Margaret, honey." The elderly woman. "Margaret," said she, reached out her chubby, leathery arm and slammed the door shut with an obnoxious bang. It made the entire room swerve and caused me to leap off the floor. The woman turned her head to look into my eyes and didn't move from her position. Margaret Hayes. I stepped back out of caution. "Watch out, honey. You are going to trip on that stool and drop my favorite vase," Margaret said. I never heard her speak before in my life until this moment. She talked the way she laughed, which was a raspy and a bit grumpy tone. There was also a hint of disgust in the way she discussed things. I stepped to my left to make sure not to bump into the little stool. I took a glimpse at the vase and actually found it quite pretty. It was a light violet shade of color with white swirls twirling all around the glass object. It was by far the only enlightening thing inside the house. Everything else seemed so doleful and plain. Everything appeared ancient and ruined, and there was not a single thing here that didn't contain some type of crack or imperfection or dust. The tan carpet below my feet had several dust bunnies roaming around like actual pets. The light above Margaret and me flickered with a faint light bulb that offered a poor excuse of a glow. I didn't know where exactly the two of us were. I stood paralyzed near the chair that I always saw Margaret sitting on while staring out into the neighborhood with the door always ajar. To my right appeared to be the living room. It didn't have much enriching detail. There was a large dining table with 4 chairs surrounding it. "And I see you're observing my house," Margaret said, and walked closer to me. Each of her movements were very slow and calm, and I was shocked she didn't travel around with a cane in her hands. All of her joints and limbs appeared to be shaky. "What pain? Is there something that interests you, young man?" "No, I am not, really," I half whispered, half spoken aloud. It's just that I kind of never been here before, and I just want to take everything in. I'm sorry if I am bothering you. I'm just an observer." That was a lie. "I'm sure you are, Jake," Margaret said with a bit of sarcasm. She somehow figured me out. Was I that readable? So how lovely of you to make such delicious goodies for the whole neighborhood. What's the occasion? That I hadn't thought about. What I'd been telling people was that I just thought it would be nice to give a little treat to my favorite neighbors, and they all accepted it with no dubious replies. But I felt as if I had said the same excuse to Margaret. She'd read right through me, and I'd look 100% suspicious. I underestimated how intelligent Margaret was. That was a mistake we young folks sometimes make in everyday life. We forget how wise elderly people are and how much experience they carry in life. Adolescent arrogance. Well, I said, and thought about something quick. With this woman, I had to be fast on my feet now. Haven't you been watching the World Cup? The US team had somehow managed to make it to the knockout stage. I thought I added a little bit too much excitement in my tone, but had to make sure I was as believable as possible. Oh, really? Margaret said while continuing to step closer to me. So you are American? Yes, I am, I said with some pride. I wasn't at all lying with what I just said. It was 2014, and the World Cup was going on during the summer. The US team, by a landslide, managed to enter the knockout stage with all the other teams who made it. Of course, later on during the summer, we would get spanked by almost every other team, but it was worth celebrating that at least we had some victories. Then something happened. Margaret formed her significant smile, and out of nowhere, increased her speed at arriving towards me. Her feet thumped against the carpet, and in seconds, she was right at my face. I stumbled back from my position, tripped over my own feet, and landed on Margaret's chair. The brownies I was holding dropped from my arm, and the container flipped upside down. This caused all the treats to land on the floor. My desserts were ruined. I was close to cursing out Margaret, but she broke out into hysterical laughter. "Whoa," was all I could manage to say, since I was so mesmerized and surprised by Margaret's unusual behavior. Her right foot stomped on the suspect carpet by how much laughter was coming out of her lungs. It came out like the laugh of a smoker. It was all wheezing and out-of-breath inhales. At one point, she beat at her chest with her corpulent hands. "Oh boy," Margaret called out to me with a sudden jerk. She pulled herself together in a straight posture. Margaret's face returned back to plain and boring, and her eyes narrowed down at me. "Just once. A fuck is wrong with this lady? Do you find me a fool, child?" Margaret spoke. I couldn't stare at her for so long, and turned my eyes to the wall next to my left. The blue paint that had once made the house look decent was now dissolving. Parts of the wall had large white holes. I also noticed how the walls inside were as well covered with those same bizarre lacerations. Everywhere I looked, something made my nerves feel as if they were being pulled by both sides. "Just what are you talking about?" I asked, in a clear voice that I had somehow been able to manage. "You made me drop all my brownies." I tried to sound enraged, but I felt I sounded more like a child in a tantrum. "You know exactly what I am discussing about." Margaret stepped closer to me, but it was more like she cringed closer. There was a hunch on her back, and her eyes kept narrowing until they looked like the eyes of a snake. Some of her gray hair fell to her face, concealing her wrinkled skin, but it seemed as if her hair blocked out all the prettiness still dwelling within her and only made her hideousness stand out more. "Nobody cares about us in this house." And then, out of nowhere, a lovely and handsome neighbor boy like you decides to bake brownies for the whole damn street. Give me a break. To be fair, I only baked for some people. I couldn't afford to bake for the whole damn neighborhood, and I thought I shouldn't have said those words since there was no time for being a young sarcastic dick, especially when my life felt as if it were in danger. "Either way, you looked suspicious from the start," Margaret spat. That grin occurred once more. Her tone came out in a joyful flow. But now that you are finally comfortable and all, why don't you tell me why you are really here? Comfortable was the farthest thing from what I was feeling. I didn't know what to say. I made it official that this woman was batshit crazy, and that I had stepped into a realm that I should never have entered. But the thing I feared the most was that Marcus's words and advice were starting to make more sense. As time ticked by, I noticed it wasn't necessarily the woman who was causing me to break down, but the house was doing most of the work. Each second that passed by, I felt as if the air became denser, the walls grew closer together, and my own body sank deeper into whatever force was reeling me inside. It was a closing feeling, like some force was hugging me tighter and tighter and forcing me to grip hard-earned, tenuous sanity. Soon enough, I would feel as if I could no longer draw a single breath, and that my muscles would become unable to move. Margaret's smile remained. "I don't know, really, why I am here," I said plainly. In truth, my mind blanked out. I kept on seeing the numbers 999 repeating in my head. "Well, that can't be true," Margaret said. Even though she was starting to become sort of an illusion, it wasn't that. In fact, she became more real to me. That smile no longer frightened me, but rendered a welcoming emotion. Everything about her became so right. "Come on, Jake, find your reason. I know it's in there." The walls, they were trapping me. The room became shorter. The amount of space I thought I had before decreased, but it all felt realistic. There wasn't that dreamy effect, or anything that made it look like a figment of my imagination. It seemed to be following the rules of matter, time, and space, just appearing as if this was supposed to happen. Margaret became a likable person. I adored her in a way, and that felt so right. The walls, they were closing in on me. The tendrils and tentacles I felt before that were dragging my limbs down resurrected themselves from the graves and took a hold of me once more. But it felt right. Everything felt right in a way. I was in my own sanctuary. I never thought such details could feel and be so correct, so in place, and Margaret stopped smiling. Then the world collapsed for a brief second. Everything fell apart. The walls crumbled, the tentacles slithered back to the ground, and Margaret's face was apathetic again. Things went back to normal, and I found Margaret a horrific figure once more. "You should have never come here, kid," she said. Her eyes, squinting, watched me with some pity, some disappointment. "Why didn't you listen to Marcus? Here is only trouble for you here. It doesn't matter. It's too late." "Just what the hell do you mean?" I yelled, and got up from the ancient chair. "What's going on? Why do you keep on freaking? Changing your expression. One second you are smiling, and then the next you have that stern gaze of yours. What's going on?" "Oh, you'll know soon enough," Margaret spoke. "It takes time for this house to truly enter into your mind, but it will. It will never truly get me, no matter how hard it tries. I still keep a part of me safe. It took away Walter and Dylan quick enough. But I've always been a fighter, and so tell me, Jake." This time I saw a vision of it coming once more, some sort of premonition I adapted to. Margaret's smile crossed her lips. "Why are you here, Jake?" Margaret's face was only a few inches away from mine. Her entire hair concealed her face, her eyes and lips. There were only two things I had to look at. They didn't narrow themselves, but instead bulged out of their sockets. I took a sniff of her hair and smelled the scent of something acrid and loathsome, like smoke or ash. "Jesus, woman!" I screamed and felt a yell at the tip of my tongue, but it stopped. A smile was Margaret, and she became loving. Her aura was something I wanted to snuggle and cuddle with. The walls closed around me, and I allowed them. The tendrils and shadowy vines came, and I let them tickle my body and neck. I gave them permission to chain my neck, arms, legs. I felt safe. "I am here for Margaret," I said with cheerfulness. "I am here because I've always loved it here." I knew since the day I saw you, I wanted to enter this house. I love it here. I see. Margaret spoke and drew away from my face. She still smiled as she brushed her hands all over her hair. So you lied to me about the World Cup. But in fact you wanted to come here to see me because you love our master, correct? Yes, I do, I said, and those numbers returned to my head. All I saw were nines fly across my vision. I wanted her to reach out for a pair of those nines and lick them and taste their flavor. The real reason I came here is that Margaret's smile went down to a frown. The world melted into dust and eyes snapped back from a weird daze. Find out some answers. I had no apparent idea why I yelled. I started sweating, and it wasn't due to the heat of the day. When I entered the home, I noticed how chilly it was inside. Now I felt as if I had entered an oven. I know, kid, I know, Margaret said with her pissed-off tone. I understand your curiosity, but one thing I will never understand is your damn guts. Maybe it's because I am too old, but I forgot how courageous and out of control young people can get. You guys think you have all the time in the world and that nothing can kill you or hurt you because of how young and healthy you are. You think you are freaking Superman. You have a lot to learn, kid. It's a shame. It's all over for you now. Please, please, just tell me, what do you mean? I fell to my knees and clawed my nails down at the dusty carpet. Tears streamed down from my eyes. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. What's happening? Why do all the things? Why are they changing all the time? Damn smile. Why am I here? The last question I whispered to myself, but I knew Margaret heard me. You are here because the house forced you here. Whether you realize that or not, Margaret spoke. She sounded very convincing for once. Since the day I first saw you when you fell from your bike, I knew the house's intention. The moment we made eye contact, I knew you were the house's next victim. It smelled your blood. It became hungry, wanted you because you had potential to become its next victim. That's why I burst into laughter. It was my other side smiling at your future's misery. I knew it. It was non-stop inoculation to make you curious about us. The whole time. You kept on thinking it was because you were suspicious of the three of us and that there was something wrong with us. You thought we were the main cause of this real emotion every time you passed our home, but in reality it was the home itself. This house, it's a natural predator. It knows how to deceive a prey and to know when exactly to go for the kill. Dylan, you can say, was the bait you needed to catch. My brain felt throbbing and agonizing. Headaches each time my heart beat. It felt as if tiny needles were stabbing at my forehead. This was too much to take in. Well, I do not blame you for your pain, child, Margaret said. But this time, it came very early, and I expected Margaret's insane state to return in a longer duration. I still had time with calm, sane Margaret. Hell, I still had time with the calm, sane me. You will understand everything eventually. But it's too late for you now. You're doomed, maybe, and just maybe. You have enough strength to be like me and still maintain some of your sanity. But I thought the same for Dylan, and he failed himself right away. I can't be doomed. I don't even need to be in my insane formation to feel claustrophobic. My mind panicked with each sound I heard inside the home. I realized then that those cuts on the walls were actual eyes, and they kept a constant gaze at me as if I were being watched. And that feeling of being stalked is strangled at the back of my head. I became paranoid and felt as if each time I returned to my insane state, I was drowning, only to be picked up from the water momentarily. There has to be a way I can escape. I need to get out of here. With that final motive in mind, I made a rush to the door, to the exit. I felt glued to the floor, but managed to pick up my feet from the ground despite how tenuous my legs felt. Once I saw that I was a couple of inches from the wooden door, I laughed in delight and relief. I was going to make it. but my heart became harder than usual, and that was the sign. The Margaret smile returned, which meant that insanity took control again. I stumbled on my legs and collapsed onto the floor. This time I found myself kissing and placing my lips repeatedly on the carpet. Margaret burst into an ear-piercing chuckle and pounded on the floor with her feet and fists. The tentacles swerved back and forth on the ground, and their touch felt like the nicest feeling in the world. I felt so right. Find answers. This is your answer, Jake. Margaret laughed harder, and I thought her lungs were going to slip out of her chapped lips by how much she was laughing. You can never turn back, Jake. This is your home now. This here is your life. A deep, drowning, and depressing part of me that was hitting against overpowering shadows knew that this was happening, that this was the same soul of mine that had somehow stayed alive throughout this whole psychological battle. This part was crying an eternal river and drowning in that puddle of darkness. Dylan, Walter, come join us. Margaret sprang from the floor and awaited the two other guests to arrive. Soon enough, the young man and that old white senior came. They appeared just as crazy stationed. I blurred. Dylan took a quick glimpse at me, and his face brightened up like a child who had just taken a look at his or her first pet. That's right. Dylan had been waiting for you, Jake, he said. You are very special. He says that he likes you very much. Very much. Dylan still sounded mentally challenged. The young man rushed towards me, and he started to roll around the carpet as I was. He joined me. Am I crazy? Fun? Walter licked Margaret's hair and cheeks with a slimy, rotten tongue and placed himself in the corner of the house near Dylan and me. And there he stood for the rest of the time, just staring at me with that tepid smile of his. The walls were now pinching at my skin, and I felt paralyzed. We're happy. I even started to love. The young man took a hold of my hands, and I saw them drop down to his pants. I wanted to do it. I wanted to do everything and anything this house desired me to accomplish. I wanted to please my master. Margaret's smile, thank goodness, died on her face. No. I jumped back from the young man and moved my head in all directions of the home. Everything came back to normal for now, except Dylan and Walter. They still appeared in their insane state. All here, Duff, kid, I'll give you that, Margaret said. You last longer than Walter or Dylan ever had. Let's see if you can manage for so long. This is it then, I said silently, slow, gentle tears slipping down from my eyes. Don't? Aren't I going to be just like one of you guys, right? There were no words for Margaret, and that's what was said enough. I closed my eyes and waited silently for the worst part to come once more. If anything, Jake, pray you are like Dylan and Walter. They remain insane until the day they die. Unfortunately for me, I have to waver between sane and insane points in my life. It's a stressful and depressing thing to deal with. Dylan, at least, feels as if he's having the time of his life. I, on the other hand, know the reality of things. The reality is that this house is the devil. Now we're just her puppets, controlled by her strings. Margaret's mild insanity came. I touched Jake. I loved it. My hands loved it. This time, they were overfilled. My field of vision was where the nines floated around like clouds. 999, 999, 999, 999. I only managed to write this in my sane moments in my life. It was arduous work doing so, since sometimes my insane episodes would arrive, and some part of me would tear the pieces into shreds. I surprised myself when I accomplished the last sentence of this memoir of mine. Margaret, the only true companion now, but soon she'll be dead. This will give me the complete authority of this house. I cannot blame her, since she's been alive for a very long time. She's surely a trooper, and not even the devil can ever take that away from her. I give Margaret that as for me, life has been exhausting, as you can imagine. I was supposedly missing in my neighborhood when I first came into this house. My neighbors were rabid to remind me to the police that the last time that they saw me, I was giving out my brownies to the whole block. My parents informed the cops that they helped me bake them. After months of non-stop searching and finding no ends, they came to the conclusion that I was kidnapped and presumed dead. Of course, the whole neighborhood mourned for me, and I even mourned for myself. I am dead in a sense. Since the time I first entered the house until now, I've been kept hidden away from the outside world. The devil doesn't want me out just yet. She says that she wants to wait until Margaret is finally deceased, and that I am unrecognizable to the neighborhood. The devil wants to rearrange my entire face, and I look forward to it dubiously. I remember this one time I was walking around the home, and I found this very old newspaper article. It described a story I can easily relate to. A young guy goes missing. Dylan Reed went missing around March in 2003. He was last seen around my neighborhood. He was also supposedly kidnapped and presumed dead. Strange. Dylan and I have something in common after all. I wonder how I never heard this story. I know Margaret is going to die very soon, which was why I asked her earlier today with the 9s floating in the air. I was sane around Margaret, I told her. At this point, we were both sane while Dylan and Walter were screaming at the top of their lungs. They sounded as if they were enduring ultimate torture brought to them by hell itself. I see them too, kid, Margaret spoke in her ancient chair. Some things never change, but you know what Dylan and Walter see. I shook my head. They see 6s. They see her number, Jake. I think that the day you and I start to see 6s, our time is over. We're going to lose our souls at that point. A premonition occurred before I could say anything else. So this day, I still clawed at my brain the thought that I was about to go insane. Don't worry, kid, Margaret spoke. You are used to this already, I think. In truth, we humans are all crazy in our little own way. Ain't that right, Walter? Her smile arrived. I dropped to the floor and laughed like a hyena, and for the first time, I think I saw a 6 in the middle between 2 9s. Oh, no. Smile from the hole, deep in the whispering woods. A hole exhaled the cloying scent of crushed flowers and fresh spilled rage, its edges curling like a jagged smile. Something inside it hungered not for flesh, but for the buried venom in your soul, and it already knew your name. The year my parents got divorced was odd and uncomfortable. They argued a lot more in front of me. Some days, the tension was so tight it felt like they both might snap. When school ended, they decided to send me off to my aunt and uncle's house for the summer, so I wouldn't have to be there during all the court proceedings. They thought they were protecting me from learning the real reason behind the divorce, but I already knew. During a yelling match between them, Mom broke their unity candle, and Dad lost it. He slapped her hard a couple of times, and she fell over the coffee table. The stress and injury caused her to miscarry the baby they had planned to announce a few weeks later, and I heard it all. I had come home early from a friend's house and sat on the porch to wait for them to stop yelling. When I heard her fall, I panicked and ran back to my friend's house. I made up a story about how they went out and locked the house so he wouldn't be suspicious. And later that week, I heard Mom crying in the middle of the night about losing the baby owl at Aunt Rebecca's. I had plenty of room to roam around and explore. She and Uncle David owned 200 acres of farmland and 100 acres of forest near Boalsburg, Pennsylvania. Uncle David inherited it when his aunt and uncle passed away. They never had children, but he had worked on the farm and was like a child to them, so they left it to him. They added on to the farmhouse, made an additional bedroom and a library, because Aunt Rebecca loved to read, and they planned on having a child someday. For the first week or so, I spent most days reading books from the library, and didn't venture too far from the house. I helped out with the farm chores from time to time, but only when I was needed. They usually had an older boy from down the road to do chores for a little money. I finally settled into being around the farm, so I started to wander off more. Some days, I stayed out from just after breakfast until dinner was ready. The pastures were easy to walk around. Sometimes I found the remains of old fences and animal bones, and one day I happened upon what I figured was the original farm site that had been torn down some 40 or 50 years before. All that remained was a very broken picket fence, a few lilac bushes, now almost trees, and a very beaten scarecrow lying on the ground where the garden used to be. Bored with wandering the pastures, I took to exploring the woods. My first day out was great. I watched a herd of deer walk through the woods, just nibbling here and there. I also found a large creek with fish swimming in it, and even saw an owl catch a mouse. On my way home, I nearly stepped into an old bear trap. That kind of freaked me out a bit. I used a heavy stick to push the trigger, and it kind of closed. It was too rusted to fully snap shut. I carried it back, and Uncle David told me to keep an eye out for them and bring any home that I found. He would take them to the scrapyard and turn them in for a little cash. The forest was a lot more fun to explore. I saw all kinds of critters: rabbits, skunks, opossums, raccoons, a variety of pretty birds, and I would sometimes come across wild growing vegetables and fruits. I was casually walking deeper into the forest when I noticed that the trees seemed smaller, younger than all the others. I walked farther toward the middle of the new growth and eventually found a small cinder block ledge. Walking around to the other side, I saw that there were stairs leading down into the ground, and a door was visible at the bottom. Feeling uncomfortable, I decided to head home early, not wanting to disturb someone who might be living out there. I asked David about it. He said it had been abandoned a long time ago, before his aunt and uncle bought that section of the property. The man who owned it had been a very paranoid person. He dug his own bomb shelter, fearing some type of attack, and did trust construction companies to build it properly. His house was the one that had been torn down out in the pasture. The forest was off to the south of the home. And thinking more about it, I realized that I had been south of the old homestead when I came across David Dind, aunt and uncle. They tore the house down since it was in disrepair anyway, and he stumbled upon the bomb shelter while working on the farm. Feeling less disturbed about the shelter, I asked if it was okay to take a look around down there. David okayed it, saying that the structure was very well built. After dinner, he helped me find several lanterns to light the place up. He joked that I probably shouldn't eat any of the food, but if I found anything interesting, I should bring it back. Rebecca said to definitely bring any books back if I found them. The next morning, I was really excited about exploring the shelter. I scarfed down my breakfast, grabbed the lunch Rebecca had packed for me, and headed out with a backpack full of lanterns. I found the site quickly enough. I took a deep breath to steady my nerves, then went down the steps and pushed against the door. It took a little might, but I eventually shoved it open. I stood there for a minute, opening and closing the door to loosen the hinges a bit, then lit a lantern and hung it just inside the entrance. From there I could see a short hall that opened into a larger room, but the light wasn't enough to see past the doorway. I lit another lantern and moved forward into the large room. It must have been 10 feet by 15 feet at least. A large table sat against one wall. Shelves took up 2 others, and the last wall had another doorway. I ended up hanging 2 lanterns just to light the room decently. I started to look around more. On the shelves, there were dozens of cans of food, as well as boxes of powdered food and emergency kits. I came across a box with 3 gas masks tucked inside it and decided they were neat enough to take back. I unloaded the remaining lanterns onto the table and put the masks in my bag. On the wall above the table, there was a map of the shelter's layout, which was handy. It looked like there were 5 rooms in total, 3 more attached to this room, and 1 set off down a hallway. The farthest room was labeled lavatory, so the design made sense at the end of the other shelves. I found a few books. They appear to be nuclear preparedness guides and old first aid instruction manuals. Rebecca would love these, so I packed them away. I grabbed a few more lanterns, lit one, and then went on to the next room. This room looked to be more of a general living space. A couch was covered in dust, along with a couple of recliners. On the coffee table, there were a few old open food cans and a coffee cup. Someone must have stayed down here long ago, considering the amount of dust on everything. I hung up the lanterns and wandered a bit more. I found more books, some light novels, and a couple of encyclopedias in a cabinet. There was a small chemistry set, an abacus, and a few educational books. I guess this guy was set on continuing his kidded education if doomsday ever came around. There was an old erector set, a small one, so I tucked it into my bag. As I lifted my bag to move on to the next room, I realized how much I had packed away. I figured I had spent quite a few hours there. As it was, I decided to head home. I doused the lanterns as I left and walked back through the woods. I was excited to show off what I found, and Rebecca was instantly engrossed in those books. David and I laughed about it. We examined the gas masks further, and he told me more about them. When I showed him the erector set, his eyes lit up, and he went on for an hour about the sets he had as a kid. As we ate dinner, we continued to discuss the bunker a bit, and David remembered that he had bought some electric lanterns, extra lamp oil, and extra wicks, so I wouldn't be left in the dark if I lost track of time. The next day, I ventured back out to the shelter and refilled the lanterns I had used before. Relighting them, I moved on past the living area into what appeared to be the kitchen. A crude sink sat above a bucket, which I assumed would hold the wenheen until they could dump it. Several boxes of camp stove fuel sat untouched under a metal table. Certainly not a gourmet kitchen. There was a small ice box that took up one corner. It was non-electric. I peeked inside to see a pool of stagnant, awful-smelling water, and I quickly closed the lid. I noticed 2 doorways to choose from. Glancing into one, I saw it was a hall, so that must have gone back to the bathroom. Not really interested in the shelter pooping hole, I moved on into what ended up being the bedroom portion of the shelter. 2 beds took up one wall, a double bed for the parents and a single bed for their kid. The dresser on the parents' side was empty, aside from a change of sheets in the bottom drawer. The kid's dresser appeared to be the same, but as I closed the small top drawer, it sounded strange. I reopened it and looked a little more carefully inside, and realized it wasn't as deep as it should be. I removed the false bottom and found what looked to be a cheap leather-bound diary, a rosary, and a small Bible. I put the rosary and Bible in my bag, but the diary held my attention more. I sat on the bed and flipped through the pages quickly. It was a bit dusty and yellowed, and some pages were ripped. The leather was worn and scratched with a few holes here and there. Now intrigued, I turned back to the beginning of the book and started to read it. 17th of May, 1965. Mom and Dad are fighting again. She hates his paranoia, keeps calling him a crackpot, and he's threatening to leave her to the commies again. I wish they would just divorce, but they never even consider it. Jake's parents divorced and are doing just fine. His dad is even talking about remarrying. I finally got Dad to show me how to shoot the .22. Mom hates the idea of me handling a gun, but if I am going to join the army someday, I should know how to. Dad's right about her sometimes. She's some liberal hippie supporter, bitching about peace and love, ignoring the realities of the world. I can't wait until I turn 18 and can join up just to get away from this house. 20th of May, 1965. Dad caught me down here again. He chewed me out real good. He says I shouldn't come down here, that I might contaminate the place. Summer is coming up, so I'll be busy with farm chores. If I can't get a job in Bollesburg, hopefully the pharmacy is still looking for summer help. 4th of July, 1965. Dad popped Mom for running her mouth at him again. She called the cops on him, and now T here is some big issue. He's a mean drunk. She knows that, and he's always drunk on the holiday. She can be a real sometimes. 12th of September, 1965. School is starting up soon. I haven't seen Jake since his dad and his dad's new girl took him to California. Last we talked, he said he was going to see that park Walt Disney built. I hope he got a couple of pictures. I can't wait to hear about how much fun that place is. He'll be the talk of the school all year. 29th of April, 1966. Snow buried the shelter, so I was stuck in the house all winter. I hate hearing my parents fight. They're at each other almost all the time now. Dad gave me a black eye when I suggested a divorce. I am sick and tired of this 3 more years, and I can leave here for good. 11th of June, 1966. I thought I saw someone down here when I came in, but it must have been my imagination. I hope the bed is comfy. I am going to be camping out here for a couple of nights. Told Mom and Dad I was going to Jake's. But he's with his mom on the other side of the state right now. His dad remarried and is off on a honeymoon. I just needed to get out of the house. Night after night of fighting is driving me crazy. The light above my head flickered and startled me. It must have been running low on oil. Crap. I looked around and saw that it was nearly completely dark. I turned on one of the new lamps and refilled the other lanterns as I left the shelter. I probably missed dinner. I shouldn't have lost track of time like that. Walking home in the dark was strange. I hadn't stayed out after dark here before. I could see fireflies in the pasture in the faint light of the house as I trudged through the woods. Aunt Rebecca reheated some food for me when I came in, and I told them about the bedroom in the shelter. As I pulled out the rosary and Bible, I realized I had left the diary on the bed. I could think about it too much, though. The subject suddenly changed as David and Rebecca remembered they had news for me. Mom had called. She and Dad weren't doing too well. Their last fight resulted in her getting a bruised face, and Dad was in jail for the night. She called to tell Rebecca, but didn't intend for me to know. Rebecca hated that they were keeping the situation so secret from me, so she felt it was worth telling me about it. I told her and David that I knew a lot more than my parents realized, but I still felt depressed about what had happened. The next day, I took extra food and decided to sleep over in the shelter. David came out with me and explained more of the shelter features, such as the radio installed in the wall, the vent fans, and the pipes that led to the grating above the entrance door. We even checked out the bathroom, and it was surprisingly clean. In the afternoon, David headed back home, leaving me alone in the shelter. He left a walkie-talkie so I could call them if there was trouble. I turned the other lanterns low, went back to the bedroom, and lay on the bed to read more of the diary. 12th of June, 1966. I think someone might be out in these woods. I heard noises that weren't from any animal I know of around here, in 1 in the morning. And if they try breaking in here, I'm gonna shoot them. Probably just some marijuana-smoking hippie lost in the woods. A bunch of people came into Bollesburg a few nights ago following some band. 12th of June, 1966. I wandered the woods a bit to kill some time. It's pretty boring out here, but I found a creek I could fish in later this summer. I also found a strange hole in the ground, probably some critter den, but it looked like it went straight down. It smelled strange too, like someone dumped perfume down there. 12th of June, 1966. I read some of the books Dad left down here. It'd kind of boring, but it passed the time. I know the basics of first aid now, I mean. That has to be good for something, right? 13th of June, 1966. I should probably head home later today. I heard more strange noises overnight. I could sleep well, and I'm starting to wonder if we have squatters out in the woods somewhere. I might have to search more. Maybe tell Dad. I saw signs of commies he do come storming out here with his shotgun ready. The page was torn, and the next few appeared to be missing. Odd, but then again, it was rather old. 27th of August, 1966. Wow, so much for writing in this at home. Dad caught me, and he freaked out, screaming about communications with the red bastards, giving them coded messages. He tore the hell out of this before Mom shouted at him, and then he turned on her. He's spending the night in jail, and Mom's got a broken arm. He only bloodied my nose, so I guess I'll be okay. 28th of August, 1966. I don't feel like going home. Mom knows I am out here, but Dad doesn't. Who knows if Mom will even talk to him when he gets home. I guess this place just makes weird noises at night. Kinda freaks me out. 30th of August, 1966. Snuck out to Bullsburg. I met up with Jake and saw a movie. Should have picked something other than a horror film, but he was so worked up about seeing it. Walking home through the woods had me on edge, thanks to that stupid movie. My imagination is messing with me. I keep thinking there, Ian, something following me around. 31st of August, 1966. The police released Dad today. I was headed home to get more food, but I could hear him shouting 50 feet away. I guess I'll just chow down on some emergency food, I mean. He wouldn't notice a can or two missing. He's not that paranoid. Something is down here with me. I can hear it moving around, and I swear I felt its breath on my neck while I was sleeping. I don't know where it is, but I don't think it's human. I am not sure if I'll get back to sleep. 1st of September, 1966. Went fishing yesterday. Tried to ease my mind. The day was slow and I fell asleep early. I woke up and saw something holding my diary. It vanished before I got a good look at it. But I think it was some kind of alien. It was lanky and reddish with a weird bulky body. I can't stop shaking. I don't know what this thing wants, but it was reading my diary. 1st of September 1966, later in the day. God, please forgive me. Please forgive my family. I don't know what I did to deserve this. 2nd of September 1966. The police were idiots, all of them. They're calling it a murder-suicide, but that's not what happened. That thing did this. It killed them. That has to be it. That has a temper, but he wouldn't kill Mom, and he certainly wouldn't kill himself. He wouldn't damn himself to hell. He just wouldn't. God, please help. 3rd of September 1966. I tried telling the police. I tried to warn them about that thing, but they wouldn't listen. I saw it again last night. It came back and sat on me to wake me up. I stared up at that thing, and all I saw was this mouth splitting its round head. There were so many sharp teeth, so many in that smile it gave me. 4th of September 1966. Now, those pigs, them. They won't listen, those. I am safe down here. They can't drag me away to the house. I won't be silenced. This has to be some alien like that Roswell stuff. They won't find this shelter. Now the diary ended there, and I shivered in a cold sweat. I felt so dirty for reading this. All of a sudden, I checked the time, and there was still daylight left. So I ventured out to walk in the woods. I needed to get out of the dark shelter and just try to relax. As I wandered down to the creek, I told myself that book was left there as a prank. The kid must have thought it would be funny to leave that in there. You know, to play a joke on whoever bought the property. But that was a sick joke to try and pull on someone. I watched the fish swim for a while and gradually forgot about the diary and its contents. Nagging thoughts came and went. Why did the crazy man move away? I mean, could it be possible that he did die? I told myself to ask Rebecca and David when I got home, and I put it out of my mind. As dusk came, I had almost entirely put that story from the diary out of my mind. I was feeling hungry, so I walked back to the shelter, turned up the lanterns, and opened up some of the food I packed. After I ate, I felt quite tired, so I went to bed. I tossed and turned all night. The bed wasn't that comfortable, and I had strange dreams brought on by that stupid diary. Red monsters filled my dreams, and I awoke several times, sweaty and out of breath. The next day, I got home and showered, then decided to go into Bollesburg with David as he went to do some shopping. He usually spent all day in Bollesburg catching up with people, so I figured I could use the time to investigate what really happened. At the library, I entered the small brick building, and a librarian directed me to the Bollesburg News Archives. I thanked her, then started to sort through the tomes of newspaper scans. I quickly found the 1966 papers and skimmed through to the September papers. I glanced at the front page, and my eyes widened in horror. "Couple found dead in home" was the headline. I skimmed the story and saw that the son was deemed missing. I quickly found the next day's paper, and the police said it was a murder-suicide. The son was found, but he ran off, and police were searching for him the next day. Son went to police station raving like a madman, and then left again. Police were in full search, fearing he may be in danger, and people were urged to report if they saw him. The 4th of September, nothing. The 5th of September, son found wandering forest with gun in hand. Police apprehended him safely, hospitalized him due to dehydration. I read more and more through 2 months of papers. The police determined the husband killed his wife, then killed himself, and they closed the case. The son was deemed mentally unstable and institutionalized. A few reports commented that he was ranting about aliens, the house and land were sold cheaply, and a small story on the last page of a paper commented that the house was torn down. I felt like there was a rock in my stomach as I rode home with Uncle David. I didn't say much for the rest of the day, and Rebecca asked if I was all right over dinner. I asked David outright what happened to the crazy man who built the shelter, and David's face dropped. He just stared for a minute. He quietly told me about the murder and admitted the house was torn down so no one would have to live in a house with such a terrible past. Rebecca commented that she had heard rumors about the murder, saying that a police officer's kid said there was blood all over and that they'd been ripped apart. I felt my heart sink. Knowing that at least parts of the diary were true, I asked about the son, and David told me it was determined that he developed schizophrenia and made up the alien. Some people suspected that he murdered his parents out of frustration from all their fighting, and he lived in the mental hospital for 20 years before he was found in his room, dead from apparent suicide. He somehow managed to disembowel himself in the night. After hearing all that, I couldn't sleep for nights. I always woke up a few hours later from nightmares. David and I went back to the shelter to gather the lanterns a few days later, and I decided not to go back there ever again. A week passed, and I started to sleep easier as I forced myself to forget about the shelter and its tale. I got the news that Dad was home from jail, and the divorce was proceeding in court. It would be over soon, and I could go home. As I slept one evening, I felt very at peace in my dreams. I dreamed about a vacation to the Jersey Shore we took when I was younger, sitting on the pier in Atlantic City to watch the boats. Mom and Dad walking down a ways to get ice cream. As I looked for them down the pier, I saw something out of place crouching on the edge of my vision. A strange red creature turned towards me. I saw a toothy smile, and then my dream went black. I woke in the morning feeling shaken and sick. After going to the bathroom and splashing my face with cool water, I headed to the kitchen for some breakfast. There, I saw David with his arms around Rebecca. She was huddled over, crying, and they both looked at me, their eyes bleary and red. Rebecca started to cry harder. David put his hands on my shoulder and heaved a sigh. "Kiddo, The police stopped by a few minutes ago. Your mom and dad have died. They say your dad snapped and killed your mom. Then he took his own life. I know this is hard to hear, but we're here for you. We'll always be here for you. 3 years? It's still strange to look at their headstones. I stood there and felt the hot tears fall down my cheeks as I read and reread their names carved in stone. The bouquet of flowers trembled in my hand as I knelt to place it between them. I breathed deeply and wished them well on the other side. Then I stood up and walked away. Memories of the funeral filled my head as I rode back to Aunt Rebecca's house. Gray clouds hung overhead as the priest gave his sermon and committed them to the ground. Distant rumbles of thunder reminded everyone that the cool autumn storm wasn't going to hold off forever. And as we got back to the house, the sky was like night, and the moment we hung our coats, heavy raindrops thudded on the roof. I was numb for months. I can't really remember much. I heard the news from David, and my mind just completely blanked. I did speak for days. I barely ate. I had fits of sobbing that lasted for hours on end. The nightmares were so vivid but brief. That thing was always there to twist my dreams into horrors. I would dream of vacations, family dinners and birthdays, and as the dream reached a moment, I cherished that thing slithered in. It came about, and with a wave of its grubby hand, it turned my vision into a sprawl of blood and screams. I was almost immediately placed in counseling, given bi-weekly therapy sessions, and for months I cycled through various antidepressants and anti-anxiety medications. Rebecca and David got custody of me. Nobody argued against it. Staying on the farm was bad, I guess. The next summer, David hired an excavation crew to dig up the shelter. I did ask him to. I did even care for the place, really. He said it was probably a hazard to have on the property. We did need it for anything, and I overheard some of the crew asking Rebecca if there was a dumping site of some kind out there. As they dug the place up, they said they kept smelling something sweet like a woman perfume. It took a month before it was removed and filled in. New trees were planted and have been growing well. It took a while before I started wandering the woods again. Rebecca talked David into getting goats, and they liked to jump the fences. I took it upon myself to go and find them. They were usually around the creek playing. As the summer came to a close, I was feeling better, moving on with my life. Mid-August was when the night terrors started. Every night, I would toss and turn, crying out in my sleep, fighting off the visions. The demon watched me with his grin, mocking me as I twisted in my sleep. I was hesitant to speak at length about the nightmares to the psychologist. I doubted he could make any of them go away. As the school year got underway, the night terrors waned, and I returned to a more normal sleep pattern. Schoolwork took my mind off my grief. No one in my class spoke of it to me. They all knew, though they all whispered about it. Halloween drew closer, and I grimaced at the thought of going into Bollesburg. All the masks and costumes made me think of that demon that followed me at the edge of my thoughts. The whole night made my stomach turn now, and I just wanted it to be over as soon as possible. A couple of friends, the ones who did turn tail when I went crazy, kept asking about camping out on Halloween. They knew I now lived nearly surrounded by forest, and thought it would be great fun to camp in the dense spooky woods, as they called it. A week before the day, I caved and got permission to camp out there. David and Rebecca were happy to see me doing something normal, and I guess I should have been happy too. We packed more junk food than we could possibly eat, along with tents, sleeping bags, plenty of lights, and general camping gear. It was midday when we set out, the day before Halloween. The leaves crunched, and the twigs snapped as we trudged our way to the clearing near the creek. I had found the spot on my first visit, and would often picnic there. There were a couple of apple trees nearby, in case we got the urge to eat something that was not candy or chips. As we set up camp, we heard the roar of a vehicle approaching, and soon saw David ride up on a four-wheeler. He had bought it in the spring to get around the woods more easily. He told us to keep an eye out for coyotes and not to let the lanterns get too close to the leaves. He helped tie the tents and made sure we knew how to light and extinguish the small grill we brought for a campfire before heading out and leaving us alone in the woods. After we settled our sleeping spots, the guys wanted to go exploring in the woods, so I showed them a few lesser-used trails. They were like little kids again when we saw a small herd of deer walking through the trees, and they both jumped and shouted when a turkey suddenly took off flying. I guess they didn't realize those birds could fly. We watched the fish swim down the creek for a while, and took turns seeing who could jump across it the best as we meandered back to camp. They started to feel safer in the woods and didn't stick as close to me. I wasn't paying much attention. The medications made me a little spacey, so I jumped a bit when my friend Jeff suddenly shouted in panic. I quickly spun around and saw him waving and looking at the ground. I jogged over. Dylan was gawking as well, and I saw that they had found another trap. I thought I had cleared those out of the woods, but I guess I missed a few. As I looked for a decent stick to trigger it, I saw Dylan wave Jeff over to something he had found. I quickly disabled the trap. It was in better condition and crunched into the stick, and then we went to see what else they had discovered. Dylan dug into his pocket and pulled out a small flashlight before crouching down and shining it into a hole. Jeff and I hunkered down too, and the light seemed to be swallowed up by the darkness. Jeff commented that it smelled like honey and flowers. Dylan said it smelled like his uncle. We looked at him, a bit confused, and he muttered something about his uncle having a condition that made him smell sugary. We pondered what could have made the hole, and as we looked into it, I got a creeping sensation of worry. As dusk started to fall, we lit a fire and dug out the hot dogs we had packed into a cooler. We cracked open sodas and happily ate the half-burned hot dogs before diving into some snack cakes. Jeff told us about his trip to Disneyland and made us promise that we would go there after we graduated. As it got dark, we lit the lanterns hung around the camp, and Dylan decided it was time for scary stories. He was so excited. He had a new book of horror stories from his older sister. She was big on the occult and other weird stuff, and always gave him interesting gifts. She was a couple of years older and already in college, but we saw her from time to time. Dylan eagerly started reading the book, and Jeff and I cracked jokes when the stories got silly. It was nearly midnight by the time he finished. We were sore from laughing and joking. A few of the lanterns were growing dim, so we put them out before heading back to camp. As we added oil to the other lamps and tossed a little more wood on the campfire, we started to settle down and relax. Jeff, the sneaky teen he was, grinned like a cat before fishing out a small bottle of whiskey he had swiped from his older brother. Dylan and I were hesitant, but we went along with it, and over the next couple of hours, the three of us got properly sauced. Feeling high, happy, and sleepy, we doused the remaining lanterns, covered the fire, and crawled into our tents for the night. I lay awake for a while, reflecting on how the night had gone, and how normal I felt again. I don't know when I drifted off, but I stirred a bit when I heard a tent unzip and someone stumble away. I sat up and listened, then heard the sound of water hitting leaves, and realized one of the guys had gotten up to take a piss. I rolled over, got comfortable again, and started to drift off when I heard muttering. The voice sounded confused, and I opened my eyes, expecting them to call for help back to camp. Then I heard hurried footsteps, and my nerves went on edge. My tent was suddenly struck, and Dylan cursed before fumbling to find the zipper. I bolted upright when he hit my tent and quickly grabbed the flashlight. Jeff groaned from his tent, and we heard him starting to get up. As Dylan opened my tent, I asked what was going on. He stammered that he had seen something and got scared. I asked how big it was, remembering David Din warning about coyotes, and he said it looked deer-sized. Jeff stumbled over, bleary-eyed. Dylan recounted what he saw, his words trembling more with each sentence. It was big, like a bear, but it walked funny, hunched over, kind of like a monkey or something. Had these long, skinny arms and legs, and a barrel-shaped chest, and its head was like an egg or a ball. He was shaking badly, and I couldn't catch my breath. Jeff scoffed, still drunk and half asleep, and told Dylan he must have been dreaming when he went to take a piss. Dylan nodded and seemed to calm down, agreeing it must have just been a dream. Jeff stumbled back to his tent, and I sat with Dylan for a while to make sure he relaxed. After a few minutes, he looked at me wide-eyed and admitted he was too afraid to go back to his own tent. I patted his shoulder and let him stay in mine, and we both slept restlessly until morning. It was almost noon when we all got up, and Jeff was certainly the worst off out of all of us. He spoke only in grunts and groans and barely opened his eyes. Dylan and I, on the other hand, were alert enough to realize something had eaten much of the food overnight. The cooler was tipped over, backpacks were ripped open, and packages were scattered all over the place. The campout was effectively over, so we cleaned up, packed our gear, and started the long walk home. Hot showers felt wonderful, and a hot meal settled our stomachs. Jeff and Dylan took off that afternoon, and as night wore on, I picked up one of Rebecca's fantasy novels to distract myself from the trick, or treaters outside. The winter passed fairly uneventfully. Spring came and blended into summer, and as fall approached, I visited my parents' graves and marked the start of the month without night terrors. School went smoothly. Time moved on. I was finally deemed stable enough to go without medication, and for the first time in years, I felt hopeful about life. Before I knew it, I was applying to college and celebrating my first day of official adulthood as I started classes at Penn State. I made a few new friends who teased me endlessly when they found out I never had a girlfriend. When the winter semester began, I decided to take an art class to fill a credit requirement. I figured it might be fun. On the first day of class, a girl dressed in black smiled and waved me over. I was confused, naturally, but she was pretty and looked friendly enough, so I introduced myself. It turned out she was a friend of a friend and already knew a little about me. We hit it off right away and spent most classes sitting next to each other, chatting as we worked on different projects. She admitted to having a mild interest in the paranormal, and when I asked if she was into all things goth, she laughed and shook her head. She said she liked wearing dark colors because they suited her complexion, and she even showed me a few pictures of herself in bright floral clothes. I had to admit, the darker look really did suit her better. Rebecca and David were thrilled to meet her, and for the first time in years, I felt normal again. Spring came, classes ended, and though summer began, we stayed close. A few times a month, we would drive to State College to visit the mall or catch a movie. One day, we ran into Dylan, who excitedly told us to check out his sister and new shop on Main Street in Bollesburg. We wandered down to the center of town, and after some searching, we found the little bookstore and Hafel, his sister Nora, had opened. The place had a subtle Gothic charm, and in the back, she had a small occult booth where she offered tarot readings, aura readings, and small wicked bless, as she called them. We immediately hit it off with Nora, who wasn't at all what we expected. We thought she would try to act dark and mysterious, but she was warm, lively, and smiled often. Olivia agreed to have her aura read, and they both goaded me into it as well. As I sat on the stool with my eyes closed, I was told to clear my mind. All was quiet for a minute, then Nora made a small whimpering sound, and I opened my eyes to see her grimace. She said that my aura was pale blue, but flashed red before disappearing. She looked concerned and asked if something was bothering me. Olivia looked worried too, and I figured my face must have twisted with unpleasant thoughts. I thought they were both trustworthy, so I asked them to sit and told them about my parents' deaths. For the time being, I left out the part about the demon in the diary, but I did tell them about the shelter. They sat in silence for a while. Olivia came over and hugged me. She had tears in her eyes, and I felt bad for making her so sad. Nora closed up the shop for the night and made us some coffee. She asked if I had ever encountered anything strange, and I thought for a while before mentioning the diary I had read. She nodded slowly, her brow furrowing as I described its contents. Then what I learned from the newspapers. I think I might know who you're talking about. Come on, let us go back to my place. As she drove us to her family home, she told us about an uncle who had been committed to an asylum. He had written letters to her dad, telling him all kinds of strange stories about an alien monster roaming the woods. She said her dad might be able to tell us more about what had happened. She introduced us to her dad, who was friendly and welcoming. Nora didn't waste any time and asked him outright about Uncle Victor. He gave a short laugh, then led us into his study, where he pulled out an old box filled with dozens of letters and a few crude drawings. He told us that he and Victor had been close when they were young, working together on the farm every summer until their parents died. After Victor was committed, he did hear from him for about a year, until the asylum allowed him to send letters. They wrote back and forth for years, on and off, until a couple of years before Victor took his own life. Nora's dad explained that Victor truly believed some alien creature had killed his parents and was still wandering the woods. He was so convincing in his letters at first that Nora and Dad had believed him. One summer, he even went out to the old farm and camped there for a month, setting traps and roaming the woods, hoping to catch the thing. After catching several deer and accidentally beheading a fox, he gave up and wrote back to Victor, saying there was nothing in those woods as he spoke. Olivia flipped through the drawings and showed them to me, and I realized I was more shaken than I thought. "Son, are you okay?" the man asked. I snapped my head up and met his eyes, and he must have seen the terror in my face. Olivia rubbed my shoulders, and Nora looked frightened. Her father simply said, "Ah, you saw it, didn't you?" I nodded slowly and deliberately, swallowing hard before I spoke. I told them that after I finished reading the diary, I began to have nightmares and visions of that same creature shortly after my parents died, and I now believed it had been a murder-suicide as the police had ruled. I trembled as I told them this was the first time I had ever shared the full story with anyone, and how raw it still felt after all these years. We all stared at Nora like she was insane when she suggested that we hunt the thing again. She argued that since we now had someone connected to it, maybe we could finally catch it and destroy it. Her father dismissed her as being childish and ridiculous, and Olivia quietly said we might get ourselves killed as well. I admitted that I wanted nothing more to do with that thing, that I wanted to forget about it completely. We talked in circles for hours, arguing about what was best to do, until we were all too tired to continue. As we said our goodbyes, Nora and Dad pressed something into my hand. It was a folded envelope. I slipped it into my pocket for the time being, and we drove back out to where my car was parked. I took Olivia home and promised I would go hunting the demon before heading home myself. That night, I lay in bed thinking about whether it had been right to tell them about the creature. I pulled the folded envelope from my pocket, opened it, and a small metal object fell onto my chest. I sat up and took a closer look at it. It was an oblong copper pendant with several unfamiliar symbols scratched into it, tied with a worn leather strap. A yellowed letter was folded inside with it. I opened it and began to read. "I'm me sending this to you in the hope that maybe it help. I don't know what it does or how it connected, but I found it out there after my folks died, after they were murdered. I went looking for that alien. I came across the hole, the perfume-smelling hole I told you about before, and I nearly broke my leg stepping into it. I don't know what came over me, but I reached down in there and found this thing. Maybe it connected to that alien monster somehow. I can say for sure. I do hope it helps you. I hope this thing does not come after you as well. Regards, Victor. I did see Olivia for a few days, but we agreed to meet at Noren's shop on the weekend. I carried that pendant with me everywhere and planned to show it to them, hoping to find out more about it. The shop had a few customers, so we sat in the back, sipping coffee and chatting while we waited for them to leave. When Nora finally closed up for the day, I pulled the pendant out and handed it to her, asking if she had ever seen it before. She shook her head and looked puzzled. Olivia took a look at it and seemed to think hard while she turned it over in her hands. Then she lit up with realization and quickly pulled a book from her messenger bag. She said that the symbols were from Native American tribes, probably from several tribes, and that she had seen some similar ones before. As she thumbed through the book, she explained that it was a collection of lesser-known native ghost stories, tales thought to be only fiction, stories mixed between the tribes and early settlers. But seeing that pendant reminded her of the last chapter she had read. As she flipped to the page, she pointed at an image with several symbols that looked close to the ones on the pendant. It looks like the pendant may have been intended as a way to drive off or trap evil thoughts. They would dig a hole, then pour a mixture of honey and mashed flowers into it before dropping the pendant in and burying it again. They used this as a way to seal the spirits of murderous men, evil children, and scorned souls, read Olivia. It seemed that they believed the thoughts of someone filled with great anger could manifest themselves into some kind of monster. I rubbed the bit of copper between my fingers and thumb, thinking hard about what she was reading to us. If they buried it, how could the hole reopen? What caused it to appear time and again? Was it a lure meant to attach itself to passing people in the hopes of feeding off their anger? As she flipped past several pages, she suddenly gasped, and Nora covered her mouth to keep from yelping. I looked at the book and saw a grotesque illustration of the demon that had been hunting me all this time. Its grin infuriated me. That eating grin. I sneered at the book as Olivia closed it. So this thing was a manifestation of evil thoughts? I guess that's why it clung to me. But what caused it to exist in the first place? Nora brewed a large pot of coffee and Olivia went online. We pored over the historical records for hours, trying to discover a possible origin for this thing. Around 2 in the morning, we finally broke through and found a record of a logging camp that had been set up near Rothrock State Forest. The camp didn't last a year before tragedy struck. Half the loggers were killed, and the rest were forced to gang up and kill the man responsible. They reported that he was able to lift the other men clear off the ground and toss them aside like firewood. It took 7 swings to fully lop his head off. After being beheaded, they said his face still smiled in a maniacal way, as if his cheeks were being pulled to his ears. When they buried him, they recalled that the whole area started to smell like fresh flowers, though none were in bloom. We pieced together that they must have disturbed one of these ritual sites and caused this thing to manifest. As we looked through the years after that, we found nothing for a couple of decades. Then, a murder case popped up. A hunter who camped there came home to find his wife and a coworker dead. He was charged with their murder after it was determined that he had killed them upon catching them having an affair. A decade later, a young boy and schoolmates were killed at a sleepover. The boy was locked in an asylum and later lobotomized, believed to be incurably deranged. 20 years later, a young woman was sent to prison after 2 of her friends were found disemboweled on a dirt road near Tussey Mountain. Then came the incident with Victor. The last case was that of my own parents. I felt sick, just tired and mentally overloaded. Nora invited us up to her small apartment to sleep, Since we were too tired to drive home safely, Olivia and I cuddled on her fold-out couch, and I fell into a deep sleep. It must have been noon by the time I awoke. Olivia was still asleep in my arms, but it sounded as though Nora was awake and running her shop downstairs. I ran my hands along Olivia's back and pulled her close to me in a hug. I feared losing her, losing everything normal I had managed to recover. She woke up a few minutes later, and for the first time since we started seriously dating, she kissed me. I grinned, squeezed her tight, and felt some of my fears melt away. We showered and dressed, then joined Nora in her shop. Between customers, we discussed what we should do, if anything. Nora was adamant about exorcising this demon. Olivia and I were rightfully terrified of angering it, and we went back and forth for a while. Nora pulled out several books and pointed out multiple rituals she was familiar with, slowly swaying Olivia to her side. Olivia started looking through the books she had read the night before to see if there was anything about stopping such a vengeful, angry creature. As dusk drew nearer and closing time arrived, they pushed me into agreeing to take them out to the shelter site. It was decided that the area was the most likely place for the demon to have manifested. The cue we left, Nora packed a kit of stereotypical items: candles, salt, chalk, pendants, incense, and crystals. Olivia packed a few books on the rituals they had decided would be best to try, and we started our journey into the woods. We could only drive so far toward the site, and had to abandon the car halfway into the woods. We carried bright lamps and walked the rest of the way there. I felt a looming sense of dread as we closed in on the former shelter. I began to sweat and felt cold once on site. We hung as many lanterns as we could, lighting the area brightly. Nora and Olivia began laying down salt lines and placing candles, while I fiddled with the pendant, feeling a creeping presence closing in on us. In a split second, it vanished, and the girls fell to the ground. I stepped forward to try to catch them, but felt burning hot hands on my shoulders, stopping me cold. It was now behind me, breathing down my neck. I felt a slick, wet sensation across the back of my neck, and the sharp brush of teeth against my skin. I shuddered in disgust and threw my elbow back. To my surprise, I hit flesh, hard, dense flesh. As I struck the monster, I spun quickly and saw that it simply stood there, knocked slightly to the side, seemingly stunned. I saw my advantage and I took it. I threw punch after punch, hitting it in the face and neck. It growled and gurgled at me before vanishing again. I stood panting, my fists sore, and my adrenaline rushing. And then I heard a laugh again, only this time the sound came from all around me. I turned slowly, trying to spot it, and then felt the earth give way beneath my feet. I was pulled down through soft, wet dirt into a damp, hot hole that smelled putrid, sweaty, and bloody all at once. I nearly vomited. Then I felt that bastard in hand groping all over me. It shook my shoulders, tugged my ankles, slapped my head, patted my stomach, and even grabbed at my crotch. I grew even more furious as the thing kept toying with me, taunting and teasing. Finally I shouted, "Enough!" and it stopped. Silence filled the small chamber I was in, and I began to lose my sense of time. Eventually, I heard its breathing again, slow, calm breathing. "You are hateful, but you have no one to hate. Why don't you find someone to hate? It could be anyone at all. No one has to know you hate them, but they'll go away soon enough. Tell me who you hate. Feed their name to me. Give them to me." I considered it. Anyone was tempting. There were plenty of bad people in the world, people who disgusted me, people few would ever miss. But could I really feed them to this beast? Could I really condemn them to a fate like that? I dropped to my knees, fell forward, and dug my hands into the earth. I felt it looming over me. It whispered, chanting, almost begging for more hate, for more anger. It pressed its body up against me, wrapped itself around me, and begged in my ear it was not in control though I was. The angrier I got, the more it messed with me. I eventually reached the point where it knew it could feed off me, and now it wanted to lap up the wrath from my pores. I shuddered as it clung to me, gagging from the stench of the pit I was in. My mind whirled, and I felt dizzy as I tried to figure out what the right thing to do was. Should I really give in to evil thoughts and pursue this path, letting this thing follow me like a stray dog? Could I live with myself knowing it would kill anyone I sent it after? Maybe I could be better than the others. Maybe I could get rid of truly bad people. Wouldn't that be good for the world? I groaned as the light of the sun pierced my eyelids. I rolled over on the grass and dead leaves, then sat up. Nora and Olivia were just a few feet away, their shredded clothes draped over them as best as they could manage. When they noticed I was awake, Olivia practically leapt into my arms and hugged me, crying uncontrollably. Nora came over and handed me a paper cup of instant coffee. They told me they had woken up halfway through the night to find themselves naked, and I was laid out spread eagle with my eyes rolled back in my head. When they touched me, I screamed in a horrible way and convulsed slightly, then went still again. I muttered and groaned, and they figured the thing had possessed me. Not knowing what to do, they decided to wait and see if I would wake up. They asked if the demon was gone, if I had beaten it. I simply nodded, and Olivia hugged me tight again. Nora seemed doubtful of my answer, but accepted it and said we should clean up and head to my house. It was the closest place, and Rebecca and David were gone for the week on their anniversary trip, so the girls could get untorn clothes without too many questions. Life has been good since then. I graduated college. Olivia and I live together now. She works at Norian's shop, and I took over the farm after Rebecca and David retired to Florida. The world seems to be getting better every day,